Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Terry. I'd like to welcome you to this regular monthly meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, just so you will know, is an advisory group appointed by the Board of Commissioners to investigate every zoning request that comes to the county, along with all the land use permits that come to the county. And we do that, make a recommendation to the BOC. All the final and binding decisions on these cases will be made by them at their regular hearing, which is generally 2 weeks after this one. And that will be, what is the date? May 17th. That'll be on May the 17th. So if you're here for any of the cases we'll hear today, you'll need to be back in this chamber at the same time on the 17th of May for the Board of Commissioners hearing. It's our custom, as always, to invite various members of the local clergy to come and speak to us, perhaps lead us in a prayer, and it's my pleasure at this time to introduce to you Pastor Mike Lynch of the North Star Church in Kennesaw. Mike, if you want to come on up. When the pastor's finished with his comments and his prayer, we will invite our local police officer, Skip Ott, to come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. When you see Skip come forward, please stand as you're able for our pledge, and we'll do that at that time. Pastor.
Let's pray. Father, today we thank you for all that you've sent our way and all the blessings that you have given us. And Father, we thank you for this amazing community that you have given us to live in and to be a part of. And Father, today as we lead and as we are here today to seek our best and to seek your best for our community, I pray that we trust in you with all that we have. Father, we don't lean on what we know, but in all our ways, we will acknowledge you. And we just pray today that you will direct our paths. So, Father, today we give you this time. We thank you for it. And thank you for all the blessings that you've given to us. And we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, gentlemen. We do have a pretty full house here. There may be some other seats up front if you folks want to try to find a seat. I will go ahead and announce that the first case we're going to hear this morning will be Z98. That's the property out on Dallas Highway. And I know that I suspect that a number of you are here for that case. So we'll try to get that one done first this morning. First on the agenda this morning, however, will be our consent agenda. These are the cases that the Planning Commission and the zoning staff have already fully investigated, and we're satisfied that all the pertinent issues have been taken care of and resolved, and for which there is no known opposition. The zoning administrator, Mr. John Peterson, this is John raising his hand to my left, will read those cases into the record, and he'll ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to or is in opposition to a particular consent agenda case. If there is, we may elect to pull it from the consent agenda, in which case we would hear it in its regular numerical sequence. The next cases we will hear will be those that were either held or continued from a previous hearing. And lastly, we'll hear all the other cases, what we call our regular cases, again in their numerical sequence. Applicants will be asked to identify themselves, to come forward, and to be sworn in. Then the opposition will be asked to do the same and be counted for the record. When a case number is called by Mr. Peterson, if you do wish to address the board, come forward to be sworn in by our officer of the day, Mr. Jason Campbell. Jason, raise your hand for us. Jason sits on the front row, so present yourself to him when your case is called if you want to give testimony. When you're through with your testimony, present yourself back to Jason so that you can sign his list. We want to be sure we get the correct spelling of every name. And most importantly, and I'm going to modify this just a bit today, most important thing that I can say to you today is that please understand we have what we call our 10-minute rule. That simply means that every person gets 10 minutes, every side gets 10 minutes collectively. That's not 10 minutes per speaker, that's 10 minutes for each side. So be mindful of the length of your comments as you come forward. There's no need to repeat the same thing a previous speaker said. We'll get it. Having said that, with Z98, which has been around for quite some time, at least since the end of last year, There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of meetings, lots of discussions. That case is quite complicated. We're going to be judicious with our 10-minute rule, especially for that case. I think we need to hear from a lot of people. And so the 10-minute rule will apply, but we'll be as judicious as we can, and we may go over the 10 minutes. But if one side takes 15, we're going to give that extra 5 minutes also to the other side. So we try to be as fair as we can. But we will try to enforce that 10-minute rule wherever we can. Remember, as you're speaking, there is no rebuttal process at that time. That means you're not there to ask us questions. You're there to present your case. It means we might call you back up later to clarify a point. We may do that. So that's the way that will work. Mr. Peterson, any other instructions for us this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a number of cases that are not going to be heard today that are on the agenda. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn by the staff, will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z106 of 2015, CRP Oakmont Skyline 2 LLC. That case was withdrawn by staff without prejudice, so Z106 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, we've had a request come in late last week to withdraw one of your cases on the regular agenda today. The applicant has submitted a letter asking that case, a rezone case Z38, Athena Associates, Inc., be withdrawn without prejudice, and we would need your vote to allow that to be withdrawn without prejudice.
It's Christie's case, so Christie, will you direct us on that, please?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we allow Z38 to be withdrawn without prejudice.
Second.
Okay, let me just say before we take, we have a second. Thank you, Galt. Before we take our vote, we have some new gadgets and gizmos that were installed up here on the podium that we're getting used to. So bear with us as we try to figure out how we're going to vote. Everyone understand how the voting is taking place this time? Okay, so we'll be voting electronically rather than raising our hands as we normally do, and it'll be displayed on the screen for us. So I hope we do it right. If we don't, Cornelius is gonna straighten it. Corky, I have a friend named Corky. Cornelius is gonna bail us out and straighten us out. So we have a motion, we have a second to allow the withdrawal of Z38 without prejudice. All in favor of the motion, please register your vote. Look at that, it worked. Cornelius. Okay, thank you very much. What else, John?
There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued by the Planning Commission or staff that will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z11, Manusha Jahangard. That case was held by the Planning Commission until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z11 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z18, Pope and Land Enterprises Incorporated. That case was continued by the staff until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z18 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z33, OWF Investment Corp. was continued by the staff until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z33 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z37, Royal Residential LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing date. So Z37 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z40, Elite Auto Collision and Sales, was continued by the staff until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing date. So Z40 will not be heard today. SLEP4, Manusha Jahangard, was held by the Planning Commission until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP4 will not be heard today. And lastly, SLEP5, Verizon Wireless VAW LLC, was continued by the staff until the June 7, 2016 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLUP5 will not be heard today. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode, turn the volume off on it. Their ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. So if you have a cell phone, please put the volume on mute. Mr. Chairman and Board, there are 2 requests for early head counts before we start the hearing. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z35, Adventure Living LLC? Please raise your hands. For Z35, opposed?
Please keep your hands up until we get a count. And if there's anyone out in the hall, Skip, look in the hall. Is anyone out there with their hands up that needs to be counted? I'm sorry. Skip's over here. Put my glasses on. And Corky, not Rocky, Corky.
Let the record show there are 48 people here opposed to rezoning case Z35 Venture Living LLC. Additionally, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to land use permit number 8, Ronaldo Bessa? Please raise your hands.
Two. This is the hair salon on Terrell Mill, just two, is that right?
Let the record show there are 2 people opposed to that. I would like to remind the audience that if you did raise your hand to oppose it, at least a couple of people should be left here to address the board when the case is finally called later on today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Okay, John. Let's do Z98 as well. Head count, okay.
We can do
Okay,
consent-
we'll do that when we get to
Okay.
the case. Okay, gotcha.
Okay. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for May 3rd, 2016. Rezoning case Z41 Shelby Workman Estate. Request rezoning from O&I and R20 to R15 for the purpose of a single-family residential house in land lot 816 of the 17th District. Property is located on the east side of Ridgewood Drive, west of 285, south of Crestview Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the revised site plan received by the zoning division on March 28, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z41? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z41? Mr. Chairman, we'll try to give her a call before we end the hearing.
Did speak to her last night. She does intend to be here, so,
So we'll put that one on hold right now.
okay, that'll be fine.
Rezoning case Z44, Say Realty Investments LLP, request rezoning from NS to CRC for the purpose of an urgent care facility in land lot 470 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Johnson Ferry Road at Waterfront Drive. Staff recommends deleting to NRC, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on March 30th, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Allow an additional use as a clinic as part of the planned urgent care facility. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Letter of agreeable conditions from Mr. Parks Huff dated April 22nd, 2016. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z44? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 7, Most Reverend Wilton D. Gregory, SLD, as Archbishop of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Atlanta and/or his successors in office. Request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of a Catholic campus ministry in land lot 97 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Campus Loop Road across from Paulding Avenue. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the site plan received by the zoning division on February 12th, 2016. All parking to be within the driveway or a KSU. Signage to match other house-to-office conversions on this side of Campus Loop Road if needed. And fire department comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 7? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits on the consent agenda. SLUP 6, Praise Tabernacle Church, request a special land use permit for the purpose of a private school in land lots 956 and 957 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Hiram Lithia Springs Road, north of the Forums Farm Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on February 10, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Landscape plan to meet tree ordinance and to be approved by the county arborist. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 6? Let the record show there's no one opposed. SLEP 7, Grace Point School, request a special land use permit for the purpose of a private school in land lots 566, 567, 586, and 587 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Piedmont Road, west of Beverly Road, at the western terminus of Tamaqua Drive, at the western terminus of Yakuta Drive, and on the north end of Chicopee Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on March 11, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Traffic circulation plan to be approved by Cobb County DOT. Fire department comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 7? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Okay. We do have several on consent agenda. Anyone have comments on their particular cases? Christie?
I do. On Z44, and this is with the consent of the applicant, I'd like to add some restricted uses to the NRC approval. And that would be billiards or pool halls, recycling collection locations, auto repair, tattoo parlors, and pawn shops or We Buy Gold shops. And this is something that the applicant has agreed to. It was just too late to get it on the agenda.
Okay. Any other comments on any of the other consent agenda cases? Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended on the one item by Christie. Can I get a motion for that?
Make a motion to approve it as submitted with the exception of Z41.
C41, that's correct. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Let's call. I'm sorry, Galt, you have something?
You have to press your
Okay. There we go. So that is, consent agenda is approved with the exception of Z41. John, I see a few people coming in. Let's call for Z41 again and see if Lori's here.
She's here. Somebody's here.
Are you the applicant for Z41? Okay, let me go ahead and call that one more time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, read that again for us, John.
Okay. Rezoning case Z41, Shelby Workman Estate, request rezoning from O&I and R20 to R15 for the purpose of single-family residential in land lot 816 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of Ridgewood Drive, west side of 285, south of Crestview Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the revised site plan received by the zoning division on March 28, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezone case Z41? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Okay, that's Z41, that's my case, and I believe that's a good cleanup of that particular site. So I'll move that we accept Z41 on the consent agenda as presented by John. Can I get a second? Second from Skip. All in favor? Oops. Keep raising our hands. Very good. Thank you, folks. Okay, John, what's next?
Okay, all those folks that were on the consent agenda, your business is done today. Please come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing date for the final decision. Moving on to the continued case agenda. Rezoning case Z98 of 2015, Columbia Properties Capital LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RSL and NRC for the purpose of residential senior living, non-supportive, and a retail shopping center in land lots 330 and 331 of the 20th District. Property is located on the northwest intersection of Dallas Highway and Garrison Commons. The applicant's representative is present. earlier, there was, well, no, this was not the one we did early head count on. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z98? Please raise your hands.
Okay, please keep them up until we get a complete count.
Through it once.
This is Z98. This is the site on Dallas Highway.
It's good to see that people from Ebenezer Road are supporting opponents in West Cobb.
I'll let the record show there's 81 people here opposed to rezoning case Z98. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Yeah, if you could also call for support.
Okay.
Yeah, let's also do a count. If you're in favor of Z98, let's be fair. If you're in favor of Z98, we'd like to see your hands. Okay, let's get that count. Keep them up. If you're in favor of Z98, Dallas Highway at Garrison Commons.
Let the record show there's 14 people here in support of rezoning case Z98. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
If you're going to speak or you think you're going to speak, come on up and let's get the swearing in done all at one time. Doesn't mean you have to speak. Did we get everybody sworn? I think we did. We have others just looking for a seat. Okay, Mr. Huff, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with law firm of Sam's Larkin Huff and Bailey, and I represent Columbia Properties in relation to this rezoning application before you all. It has been around for quite a while, Z98 of last year. And, you know, we have done a whole lot of due diligence on the property in terms of testing the property. We've also engaged with the community. In fact, I see a lot of people here that are in opposition that I've met with and even walked the property with. And unfortunately, we were trying to get to something that we could, it's not me. Unfortunately, we were trying to get to something that, a little feedback going on. We were working towards something that both sides could agree on, but we unfortunately weren't able to get there. I'd like to give you some details about the property that really point out what the proposal is. The property is highlighted on the overhead projection. It's a 24-acre tract on Dallas Highway, the north side of Dallas Highway, and it is adjacent to the Lowe's Shopping Center. It is directly contiguous to property that is zoned community retail commercial. It is directly contiguous to a neighborhood activity center. It sits at a signalized intersection of Garrison Commons. All those are very important to consider. Something else that I want you to consider too is that this property was bought by Mr. Collins in 1963. He built his house on the property and he raised his family there, and he still lives on this property that he purchased in 1963. Just some numbers. Number one, in 1963, I wasn't born yet. And there were roughly 100,000 people in all of Cobb County in 1960. Today, there's roughly 750,000. The area has changed significantly since Mr. Collins has been on this property. But ironically, one of the things that is stayed that most everyone here doesn't realize is that this property actually had commercial use on it going back into the 60s. We have a letter dated in 1977 from Ben Smith. I shared it with Judy Williams because she was familiar with the people in the letter, and also remembers that there was a service station on this property, there was a grocery store on this property, and there was a market on this property. So this property actually had a history of commercial use on the subject property, although Mr. Collins has made it his home for many, many years. What Columbia proposes is to expand the activity center west, to take into account the additional growth in the area, and to finish out the intersection and put commercial on the other side of a signalized intersection. And I think it's very important to consider when you look at the signalized intersection, that is very important because it provides for good access to and from the property, and should be utilized to the best of it that it can be. And so I think that is a consideration to have. And when you look at the aerial photograph, you see the Lowe's shopping center that is adjacent to us. That is a very large community activity center that includes a Publix, a Lowe's, a Target, a Staples, Home Depot. All these commercial uses have come in since Mr. Collins purchased the property. We met with the residents of Heritage Oaks, and they said, you know, we feel like we kind of own that hill. We get to look at it, and we own it. And my response was, that actually isn't yours. It's Mr. Collins' property. And he has been on this property. He's watched all this commercial development come around him. And that when Heritage Oaks was zoned and Garrison Commons was zoned, both R15, compared to what he was used to, surrounded by farmland, that might as well have been apartment complexes coming in around him. And if you look across the street, you've got a rather dense RSL community that has come into the property. And so when you look at the totality of the circumstance, when you look at the fact that you've got residential growth in West Cobb that has happened since that shopping center, the community activity center, basically built out prior to 2000. And you've had, and will continue to have, residential growth in the area up and down Barrett and east and west on Dallas Highway. That the expansion, reasonable expansion of that activity center makes logical sense. It makes good planning sense, and is very, very in keeping with how you would expand an activity center to incorporate additional commercial in an area. The proposed retail center is a relatively small retail center. The largest box is not anywhere near the size of a large grocery store, but the anchor of this is proposed to be a organic grocer, and there has been a lot of need and desire for those type of grocers in the area. We've received a lot of inquiry from other potential users on the property, but the anchor will be a relatively small, not anywhere near the size of Publix or a Kroger or organic grocer, which will provide an additional grocer option in the area. One of the other things that we've heard and we've had dialogue about is that there is some concern about the preservation of the Mud Creek line, which was a battle line in the Confederate War, and I know some of the people we met with are here that will speak to that. But we have filed a report from RS Webb, which is a very reputable company that has not only didn't just go on the property and make a report. They visited the property 3 distinct times. One historian, 2 archaeologists have walked the property, have tested the property, and have also reviewed the historic documents. And their determination is that the property is not there aren't earthworks on the property that relate to the Civil War. And so that has been filed and is part of the record. I know that some of the community is saying, well, you know, develop this property for all residential or use the OSC ordinance to only develop a portion of the property. One thing that if we can get the topo lines put up on the property, one of the things that you'll see is that there's a crest of a hill And if you use the OSC ordinance, number one, I'm not sure with the topo lines that the OSC ordinance would even apply, because you can't use the OSC with certain topography. In any residential development, we'll actually tabletop this development and step it down and tier it around that hill, with the emphasis of putting as many homes in the back of the development adjacent to the existing Garrison Commons property, which is where it's the flattest and where it's away from the noise from Dallas Highway. And I do want to comment that one of the things that I found interesting in talking to the neighbors about this case is that one of the very first things they said, there's a Taco Mac at the very intersection that's known as NRC. It's a restaurant that's been there since 1998. And they're very upset because some vegetation that was planted behind Taco Mac was removed by Taco Mac. It has since been replanted, albeit on a small level. But they were very concerned that the back of this shopping center had a loss of vegetation. And when you look at the aerial, you realize that they all live way down Garrison Commons, well removed from this back of this shopping center adjacent to this. But Mr. Collins' property directly adjoins it and is right across the street from it. So the fact that they thought this was such a huge impact on them, they have to recognize that it is also a huge impact on Mr. Collins' property and limits its use for residential use. And also speaks to expanding that activity center on the other side of that signalized intersection. And that is something that we propose. And I think that when you look at the totality of the circumstances, when you look at the development on Dallas Highway, when you look at this existing community activity center, the growth that has occurred in the area, the growth that will continue to occur in the area, there is need for additional commercial development. And this property is situated with a signalized intersection adjacent to already a commercial property for providing that need. So I greatly appreciate your time and your consideration of this case. I ask that you approve this application subject to my letter dated April 27th, wherein I provide the specific details about the development. I did not mention that we also have a RSL component that wraps the property that would provide a step down between the proposed commercial development and the residential that's behind us. And that's all detailed in that letter, and I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. Let's hear from the opposition at this time. He didn't say.
Did he go over 10 minutes?
We're going to try to live with the 10-minute rule, but if we go a little bit over, we'll be as, judicious as we can with that. So please state your name for the record and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Yes, sir. My name is Lawton Jordan. I represent the Garrison Ridge Homeowners Association. I'd like to thank y'all for the time you put into looking at this project. I'd like to direct your attention to the PowerPoint we have going into the display here. We have collected petition signatures, and I have a copy here. It's already been submitted into the record. But we have signatures of over 1,100 people who are opposed to Z98. And roughly half of those people live in 3 subdivisions that are adjacent or across the street from this property. And you'll see them, they're represented by red dots on the easel behind me. So if you break down the numbers like we've done, about 94% of the homeowners in Garrison Ridge, Chestnut Ridge, and Heritage Oaks are opposed to Z98. We also have about 540 signatures from people that don't live in the neighborhood who are opposed. The reason for the opposition among the residents is not because they're flat out opposed to development or they're opposed to developing this site. They understand that that's going to happen probably sooner rather than later. But they're opposed to it because the proposed development here has so many negative impacts for them, for the whole area, for Cobb County, and because this development is contrary to an established method of development in Dallas Highway that's gone on for decades and that has been successful. And I'll talk about that in a minute. But I'd like to read a quote from the staff report that I think summarizes this better than anything. It says, "The proposed development will require significant mass grading of the site. The existing extreme topography is not well suited for large commercial or attached residential development. So they're going to come in, they're going to do mass grading of the site, they're going to put in almost 500 parking spaces, 90,000 square feet of retail on this site that's zoned for low density, that has a low density residential designation on the land use plan. Now, getting into what the staff report says, they talk about how this part of Dallas Highway has been treated for land use purposes. And what they've done is the staff, the commission, the Board of Commissioners has approached a nodal approach to zoning, and I think y'all are all familiar with that. They put the commercial areas in nodes that are at major intersections. And this has benefited traffic, it's benefited commercial development, and it's benefited residential development. So what we have here is we would, as they say, expand the node. Well, that's not what you do. You don't expand the node. The nodes are where the nodes are, and it's been that way for decades, and you've benefited from that. What you'd be doing here is you'd be taking a node away from a major intersection, and you'd be putting it on a minor road. Garrison Commons is a 2-lane road. So by approving Z98, you would be breaking this well-established practice, and you'd be setting a precedent that would lead to what I call the Buford Highway effect, or sprawl, commercial sprawl. You'd be saying now that every residential property that's adjacent to a commercial node can now be zoned commercial. And that would have negative impacts on traffic, on neighborhoods, and it would set a precedent that would be bad. And probably the next property that would come before you would be the 4 parcels across the street, the single-family parcels next to Chestnut Ridge. Then they could be rezoned commercial. So I'd like to talk about traffic for a minute. As I said before, Garrison Commons is a 2-lane road, and it's the main entrance to the Garrison Ridge subdivision. One of the main entrances to this project would be on Garrison Commons. So what you would be doing is bringing all that traffic for this 90,000 square foot commercial development, and you'd be putting a lot of it on that 2-lane road. So that would greatly impact the folks in Garrison Ridge, and that it would clog up their main access point, and all this other traffic would probably create cut-through traffic through their neighborhood. Negative impact on them. Heritage Oaks would have a similar effect. Right, Heritage Oaks is on both sides of Dallas Highway. If either side wants to make a left turn, they use the cut-through of Dallas Highway. Now, with 2 right-in, right-outs on the property, as you see there, the people leaving the Z98 development, they would be going to that cut-through to do a U-turn. So then the Heritage Oaks folks, when they're coming out, that cut-through would be unavailable, so they would all be making right turns and then come up to the next intersection and making a U-turn. So that's what we were talking about earlier, when the development in nodes has a positive impact on traffic. Because by having the nodes, you have the commercial traffic here and residential here. So by doing this, you're interfering with the existing residential traffic patterns, clogging up this area of Dallas Highway. I'll also point out that the intersection of Dallas Highway and Garrison Commons is already dangerous. If you're traveling east on Dallas Highway trying to make a left into Garrison Commons, it's very treacherous. A police accident report shows there's already about 1 accident a month there. So adding all this increased traffic will only, increase the number of accidents. Next, I'll talk briefly about water. Right now, these neighborhoods, Garrison Commons and Heritage Oaks, they have had 3 100-year floods in the past 22 years. Mud Creek, Bisexum, there are already issues there. The water from the Lowe's and from Zachary Woods, part of it flows under the Garrison Common roads, goes through a creek that goes to the backyard of a homeowner in Garrison Commons, Garrison Ridge. That goes into a pipe that then flows under the property of 7 homeowners, and then it empties into Mud Creek. So what they'd be doing here is they would be putting a detention facility right on the edge of the Garrison Ridge subdivision, and they'd be putting a lot of the water from this project into that same pipe where there are already existing issues, and the staff report talks about that. So we're adding a lot of that water to an existing pipe where there are already problems. Again, if I was one of those 7 homeowners, I'd be fairly concerned about that. One more negative precedent, there are no commercial developments on Mud Creek. This will be the first one. So another negative precedent you'd be setting here. When Dallas Highway was widened, it was dynamited. We've done a study of the rock here. It's called gneiss rock, G-N-E-I-S-S. It's very hard. It would require dynamiting, and there's a lot of it. Y'all know how big Garrison Ridge is. We've estimated 400,000 tons, 7,000 truckloads of gneiss rock would be hauled away, not to mention the effects of the blasting. The vacancies. The neighbors have gone through and they have figured out how many vacancies are in this area. We calculated over, I think, 220,000 square feet of commercial property is available for leasing right now, today. That doesn't include all the commercial property that's available for purchase. So is there really a need for this, is the question that raises. And the slides show that in more specificity. The RSL component, very similar. There's a lot of RSL close by. Strictly from a planning perspective, the RSL that they propose to use, while they call it a step down in zoning, it's an RSL right behind a shopping center, behind a grocery store. I don't think that's, from a planning perspective, I don't think that's what you want. If I'm 55, do I want to live behind a grocery store with a dumpster with trucks coming in delivering stuff? It just doesn't make sense. On the Civil War earthworks, we received their report on Thursday. The Georgia Battlefields Association disagrees with it. I don't think the staff has had time to look at that or consider that. I would certainly think that you need to consider that before you move forward. On the economic viability, I think the property almost certainly, it certainly has a use as a residential development. I think, as all of y'all know, there are a lot of neighborhoods in Cobb, a lot of residential neighborhoods that have steep topography. And in fact, that adds to the character of these neighborhoods. Garrison Ridge has it, Zachary Woods has it. There are plenty of others in Cobb. It makes the neighborhoods nice. It provides some quiet, some solitude, views. So the idea that this property can only be developed commercially is just not accurate. So I will conclude. I think my time's almost up. I have worked with these neighbors for 6 months now, and I know some of y'all have too. And they obviously love this neighborhood, love the area. And a lot of them moved here from other places, from other parts of Cobb, from other parts of Georgia, from other states, and they moved here for a reason. And they like the neighborhood. They like being able to have a deer in their backyard, a quiet neighborhood, but they're 5 minutes from a good restaurant or a good grocery store. What you'd be doing by approving this is throwing out decades of good land use planning that has allowed this to occur. You'd be turning your back on that. You'd be opening the door to sprawl along Dallas Highway. So I would ask you to listen to the people who love this neighborhood, love this area, and to vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawton. Okay, we've already used up the 10 minutes, and that's exactly what I expected would happen, but we do have a number of other folks that I know would like to speak, so we're going to allow you to come up. Just keep your comments as brief as you can. Try not to repeat a point that has already been made. So come on up as quickly as you can, and let's hear from you. Yeah, anything new that you'd like to add? And give us your name to start with, please.
Okay, I'm William Latham, a Cobb County native and local historian. My concern today has to do with the 700 feet of Civil War trench line located on this property. You've already heard reference to the report from R.S. Webb and Associates, which says basically there are no trenches on the property, and the trench that was in that area actually went through the Lowe's development. We believe the opinions expressed in the R.S. Webb report are wrong for several reasons. First, 2 highly regarded local historians, Mr. Willie Johnson, who served as park historian at Kennesaw Battlefield Park, and Michael Schaefer, who has a master's degree with honors in military history, Civil War studies, and teachers at KSU have both looked at the trench line from adjoining properties. We've not been allowed on site, but they were able to see the trench line coming down the hill from properties to the north. And they are in agreement that without a doubt, that is a Civil War trench line on that property. Second, the Center for Military History, United States Army, located in Washington, D.C., published a study on the Atlanta campaign in which they stated the Confederate forces hastily dug in along the bluffs overlooking Mud Creek. Now, if, as R.S. Webb alleges, the Confederate line went through Lowe's, there's no possible way it could overlook Mud Creek. Plus, you would have the unique occurrence, which I'm not aware has ever occurred during the war between the states, of a defensive line being set up with a taller hill directly in front, just waiting for the enemy to occupy that hill and shoot down at you. By 1864, no commander, north or south, was going to do that. Their men would have mutinied because it would have been stupid. And third, and perhaps most importantly, during the early 1950s, the state of Georgia initiated a historic marker program using roadside historic markers to mark locations of historic significance throughout the state. We've all seen those throughout Cobb County and around the state. The gentleman that was selected to research and write the text for the markers in North Georgia was Wilbur Kurtz. Now, Mr. Kurtz, reputation as a historian back then, was so well known that Margaret Mitchell consulted with him while she was writing Gone with the Wind. She also recommended him as a consultant for the film Gone with the Wind, and he was so well regarded in that work that Disney used him as a consultant for The Great Locomotive Chase and Song of the South, 2 more movies. So he was very well regarded, and during his work on the Historic Markers Program on January 14th, 1953, many years before the Collins family bought the property on the Z98 site, Mr. Kurtz, in the company of a state highway department official, visited the newly constructed 2-lane State Route 120 in West Cobb County at the point where it crossed Mud Creek. In his notebook, which is on file at a local research center, Mr. Kurtz made handwritten comments on the text page for the Mud Creek marker, noting, and I'm quoting now, "We ascended to the high hill north of Mud Creek, north of the road, and found gun emplacements and rifle pits in the thickly wooded area. Mr. Kurtz also noted that the old course of the road is south of that area." So that was right when 120 had just been built in the early 50s. The location of the Mud Creek historic marker is on the highway right-of-way next to the Collins property. The high hill with gun emplacements and rifle pits Mr. Kurtz mentions can only be the hill located on the Collins property north of State Route 120. I've attached a copy in the handouts you were given of the Mud Creek marker text page from Kurtz's notebook and an enlargement of his handwritten notes. For the reasons listed above, I ask that the R.S. Webb conclusions about the location of Civil War trenches in the vicinity of Z98 property be disregarded as erroneous. A few weeks ago, we attended a meeting with Mr. Andy Campbell and Mr. Parks Huff, his attorney, and Charlie Crawford of Georgia Battlefields was there. We left the meeting hopeful that a compromise might be worked out to save part of the trench line. However, since that has not happened, and they've come forward with a plan that would totally destroy the trench line and the rifle pits on that property, we ask emphatically that you vote against the rezoning request before you today.
Thank you, William. Next speaker, please. Let's see if we can move through this quickly, folks. Give us your name, please.
Jeffrey Wright. Good morning. I'd like to speak against the Z78 project. First of all, I would like to say that I do respect the Collins family's right to get top dollar for their valuable property, and I think that common ground can be found between all parties concerned. I disagree in the strongest of terms with the Civil War Feature Survey conclusions on the Z98 Collins property prepared by the firm of R.S. Webb. I base this on 41 years of examining and studying surviving Civil War field fortifications and their location and the reasons for their location. I further base this, as William Latham before me said, on the opinion of respected historian Swampy Johnson and Michael Schaefer. And I quote, without reservation affirming that the site is in question is the location of the main Confederate works. I also based this on the late Bill Scaife, who was a noted historian, author, and map maker. His opinion on this property, the map that he made, indicating that the main battle line was right atop the target property that we're discussing. I also based this on the undeniable results of the 1998 EDAW map prepared for the National Park Service for the remaining traces of the Lost Mountain Brushy Mountain line and the Mud Creek line. That map indicates it's undeniable. It's right on this property. I further disagree with the assessment of R.S. Webb on this matter based on what William went into great detail before me about the Wilbur Kurtz handwritten notes. Mr. Kurtz was probably the most authoritative person on the war in Georgia, dead or alive, that I can think of. You can't underestimate what he made in his handwritten notes. Having some degree of knowledge on the subject, I've never doubted the identity of these berm features on the Collins property. I've been stomping through North Georgia woods looking at old abandoned road beds, Civil War features since 1975. I've looked at erosion gullies, fire breaks, agricultural terracing that were sometimes wrongly identified as Civil War trenches. These are Confederate Civil War earthwork features on this property. They are exactly where one would expect to find them, on high commanding ground, with a rain-swollen stream between you and your enemy, with skirmish or rifle pits at or near the bottom. But even if I were to concede that the main line of defenses were where the present-day Lowe's now stands, if I were to, this site would still have been an advanced defended position. It is just too commanding in relation to the surrounding terrain not to have had it well occupied. These remaining earthworks are in fair to good condition, much like any would be that has been subjected to agriculture or logging activity. However, the sites, such as this one, once numerous, can now almost be counted on one's fingers that remain in this county. I believe that we should make a concerted effort to be good stewards of our remaining historic resources. However, in the spirit of compromise, many of us from the historic community have suggested the developer could acquire 2 half-acre lots off-site nearby with pristine earthworks on nearby Summer Garden Drive, in lieu of saving any of the somewhat degraded earthworks on Z98, or with an earlier version of this project that eliminates all of the housing portion of the development on the north side, thus saving the best surviving earthwork remnants. So we have been willing to compromise, and thank you for listening to my comments.
Okay, let's have one more speaker, perhaps two. Helen, let's hear something new. We understand about the Civil War site. If we have something new, present it.
It's absolutely new.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for giving me, I'm only going to take about 120 seconds. My property is the one in the far northeast corner. I'm the one who has the water problem. All the water drains into my backyard.
Give us your name, please, sir.
My name is Michael Wardell, 2571 Garrison Commons, first property on the left. I'm the one with the water problem. The water dumps into the pipe that sits underneath my property, that sits underneath my driveway. It's currently at about 29 years of its 30-year cycle. Whatever gets built up there is going to add approximately 400,000 gallons per every inch of rain when it comes into there. The pipe is at its end. It's in my backyard. Something's going to have to be done, regardless of what is put in there. The other thing, too, is with the living arrangements, how it's going to be built, somebody can look into my children's bedrooms. There's only about a 50-foot setback. I have a problem with that. My daughter is 8 and my son is not born yet. I don't want people being able to look into my home for obvious reasons. The last thing is the retention pond. The retention pond, if it be built, is going to house thousands of gallons of water that could have a snake problem, could have a Zika virus problem. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in that area. So I'm opposed to this completely and totally. And in spite of what some of my neighbors may think, I have not been paid or bribed or offered anything. I want that in the record because I've been hearing things in my neighborhood. That being said, I also want to state is, if they could come up with an alternate plan that would benefit both sides, I'd be willing to look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, one more speaker, please.
Thank you very much for extending the time. My name is Helen Gorham. A lot has been said about the Civil War history, but not very much about the development history that has taken place. And I'm speaking on behalf of Commissioner Bill Cooper, who presided over the development of Lowe's adjacent to this. And he was very much concerned about the effect that Lowe's would have on the surrounding communities, and therefore made a point for the roadway between this property and Lowe's to have a residential feel and protect the people in Garrison Commons and people, the residents further west on Dallas Highway. When I was in office, land use plan was devised because of the developments around this area and also the significant environmental concerns that we have with Mud Creek. A lot needs, I know as we go forward, we look at the projected increases in population, but you also have to look backwards to see why the land use plan came into effect the way it did and what the intent was of commissioners such as Bill Cooper. He had a lot of angst over allowing a gigantic Lowe's coming in, knowing that the effect that it could potentially have on the surrounding neighborhoods. So I ask that you keep that in mind when you make an informed decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, we need to close the, this portion of the public comment. I was fixing to ask you to come up, Mr. Parks, because you have an extra 12 or 13 minutes that you can use if you choose. Please go ahead.
I won't take all 12 or 13 minutes. A collective sigh from the Planning Commission, I'm sure. I just want to respond to a couple of the comments from the opposition. One is the statement that this would create the Buford Highway effect. You know, if you look on Dallas Highway and if you look further west, there is nothing available between this property and the racetrack and then the Kroger Community Activity Center. You're not going to have sprawl over our existing already developed RSL, existing already developed residential communities. So the idea that this is somehow opening Pandora's box, that we're going to be Buford Highway, is quite frankly absurd. As to the Civil War issue, you know, RS Webb, I know you've all seen studies that they've done. This wasn't just a quick study. We asked them, we got input from the folks that spoke here and provided that input to him. He went out on the property, as I said, 3 separate times, consulted all the historic documents, and concluded that the earthworks on the property is agricultural and not related to the Civil War. I also just do have to say that the Kennesaw National Battlefield Park is 2,900 acres of preserved earthworks. I think we've done a good job of preserving the Civil War history in Cobb County, and I think that's very important to consider. I also want to say that the concern that the proposed RSL that wraps the grocery store, as I said, the largest box in a shopping center is proposed to only be 30,000 square feet, whereas a Kroger could be up to 100,000 square feet. 80, 90 is not uncommon. So we're talking about a small box development, more of a lifestyle center, and we wrap it with an RSL. And I heard the comment said, why would you put RSL next to commercial? Well, I can tell you when I do RSL away from commercial, I'm always asked, why don't you put it close to commercial so the older people can walk to it? So it's kind of a catch-22. But I do think that that location, actually, given the lifestyle center proposed development, would make sense for an RSL community. In terms of the vacancy on Dallas Highway, all those vacancies are very true because they're very small spots in shopping centers that the retailers that are out there are looking for larger spaces. The little 5,000 square foot, yeah, there's some of those available. But in terms of providing space for national tenants, those aren't available in the West Cobb market. And Commissioner Gorham said she was speaking for Mr. Cooper, and that he was very concerned about the effect of Lowe's and that it would have on the community. Well, guess what? The effect of Lowe's has an impact on Mr. Collins's property, and that made it ripe for commercial development. The activity center, if you look on the zoning map, on the future land use map, actually goes on that side of Garrison Commons. The zoning actually goes on that side of commercial zoning, is directly abuts his property. He is directly adjacent to commercially zoned property. He's staring at the Taco Mac shopping center, the Lowe's shopping center. So yeah, it had an impact on him, and it had an impact on what is reasonably a reasonable use for his property. We have studied the property significantly more than any other case I've been involved in terms of drilling to determine the depth of the rock. And what it has been determined is that it can be developed as proposed without blasting, and because the rock is at a lower level. As the RSL across the street, everyone knows that the RSL had blasting across the street to be put in, but that's also significantly lower than our elevation. And what it's determined is that the hard rock is actually at the elevation of the RSL, which when you extrapolate that across the road, it's significantly below. And yes, we will be using the topography and the height of the hill in the proposed commercial development. We'll step up and then step back down behind us as we wrap it with our RSL. So I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your consideration of this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. The lucky commissioner that gets to lead our discussion is Skip, and so we'll turn it over to him to take us the rest of the way. Skip.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. This obviously is a visible decision for the county. It's a very visible decision for the county, so we need to do it right. And I think it's appropriate for me to make a few comments to kind of capture the situation from my perspective. First, the decision we're being asked to make today is to rezone a 24-acre parcel on Mr. Collins's property, which is currently zoned R20, low-density residential on the future land use map, to RSL, residential senior living non-supportive, and to neighborhood retail center for the purpose of building a mixed-use residential and retail facility. That's what we're being asked to make a decision about. The staff recommendation is a clear recommend denial. So having said that, second point I want to make is that a number of people have come to me and have said, you know, it's taken a long time for this case to come before the Planning Commission and presumably in 2 weeks to the Board of Commissioners. It originally was scheduled to come before us in December. It's been continued month after month after month. I think for good reason. The developer, Columbia Properties, made the comment to me that as long as we feel like we're making good progress in our discussions with everybody involved, we want to continue forward, and we're going to ask for continuations until we get to a point that we think we have something that represents a balance between all the competing interests and needs. I have to say that over the last 6 months, this period has allowed just about anybody who might have had an interest in this to come forth and be heard. So I'm excited about that. I think it's good from that point of view. Let me just talk about the residents. I've been amazed at what you as residents have done. You've worked really hard. You've walked the property at least once, and I think probably a number of times with the applicant. And I know always with Mr. Collins's permission. I understand he's up there with a shotgun sometimes, and I'm very cognizant of that whenever I'm up there. And I've always been up there with my lawyer, not my lawyer, but with Parks Huff, who was a lawyer for the applicant. You as residents have commissioned a number of studies. You've looked at the stormwater and environmental effects of what this development might have on Mud Creek. You commissioned and have been involved in Civil War and archaeological studies. We've heard several experts. We've read the testimony of several experts, and we heard several today. Jack Hassard wrote an excellent report called The Building of a Perfect Storm, which captures the vast majority of the issues surrounding this proposed development. You've circulated petitions with 1,100 some names on there saying that you're opposed to this development. You've held all your meetings, made telephone calls. I know that I personally have received well over 100 emails. And I know that my fellow commissioners have received at least most of those, as have the commissioners on the Board of Commissioners. And just as a footnote, I've tried very hard to respond to each and every one of those. If I missed you, I apologize now, but it's my intent to respond to every email that comes across my email. So as residents, you've worked very hard. Your commissioners have been working hard too. Your commissioners have attended a number of meetings with the residents, with Columbia Properties and their various representatives. And so it's been a very visible application and project from the point of view of us, your commissioners. The applicant, Columbia Properties, specifically Andy Campbell and Dan O'Neill, I think have worked very, very hard to try to come up with a resolution that is not only going to work for them, but it's in the best interest it addresses the issues the community has been raising. So I make as an example of that, they tell me that they've gone through upwards of 30 different site plans. I've seen 3. I've gotten copies of one, that's the one that's in our book today, but I've seen 2 others. And I know that many of you as residents have seen those other 2 as well. The last one this is a 24-acre parcel, as we all know. The last site plan that I saw, and I actually walked the property with Parks Huff, with him holding it in his hand. He actually let me touch it, but he didn't give it to me. Showed 10 acres of undisturbed buffer along the north and northwestern part of this parcel. 10 acres. 10 out of 24 acres, that's substantial. There would be undisturbed buffer. And it just happened to include those trenches or that trench. I saw the trench. There may be more, I don't know, but I saw one. And I saw a rock pit that I was told was a gun pit. It may or may not be, I don't know. But that 10-acre parcel of undisturbed buffer included that. When I saw that plan, I thought this is justification for us to continue this case one more round so that the residents can have a chance to weigh in on how they feel about that plan. And in fact, I was in touch with a number of the residents, Don Asa in particular, and others who said, this is a new development. We would like to have a chance to kind of digest this and decide if this is a showstopper or not. Is this something that will change our opinion about how we feel about this development? So my point is that the applicant has gone way above and beyond, I believe, in trying to come up with a solution that will work with everybody. I'm not even going to mention the stormwater management issues and other things that they worked on as part of that effort. So I think, in short, this has been a project and an application that has brought in all kinds of people who've worked very hard and they've weighed in, And we now, I think, are going to come to a conclusion that's going to represent the best interests of the most of our fellow residents in the area. At the highest level, there are lots of issues that we have to deal with. At the highest level, I think there's kind of a three-part conundrum. The owner has, as Parkshoff says very eloquently, the owner has his rights. He's been in this property since 1963, and he's seen all this development take shape around him. He has a constitutional right to get the full fair value of his property. And he wants to do that. He has reasons for that. He wants to move on. It's his property. He's entitled to sell it. The local residents have their rights. They bought in, the immediate local residents bought into Garrison Ridge, Heritage Oaks, and the Chestnut Ridge subdivisions with the expectation that the hill not necessarily would remain there, but it most likely would because it's such a large hill. But most certainly it would be developed residentially as it is currently and has forever been zoned since 1972, when the current zoning system was put in place. Now, it was news to me to get this letter today that in 1972, there was a grocery, there was actually a commercial on that property, but I suspect there might have been things like that up and down Dallas Highway and other places where there are residential developments today. That's probably the way it was in the past, but it's been zoned residential since 1972. The applicant has worked hard towards getting, as I mentioned before, a balance. Their goal has been to get a balance between these competing perspectives. I really liked some aspects of that 10-acre undisturbed parcel. And there's a part of me that says, I don't want to see that go as an option on the table. At the next level, there are a whole bunch of issues. There are traffic issues. Intuitively, it seems like there should be traffic issues, but quite frankly, the jury is going to be out to a certain extent on those traffic issues until the Parkside development down at the other end of, on the other side of the avenues on Dallas Highway is up and operating, and we can see what the impact is of that development. That's going to give us further clues as to how the traffic might be around here should there be a shopping center on this property. The stormwater management issues we've talked about. I've walked Mike Odell's property, who is in that very first house as you come into Garrison Ridge, right on the left, and he does have some stormwater management issues that are pretty serious. And this, if the stormwater management solution for this property were to be to put a detention pond right behind his house, that would probably aggravate the old, I'm going to call it plumbing, the piping that's in the ground through the Garrison Ridge subdivision. And it might stress it to the point that we probably don't want to see what it would do. Part of the proposal, the third proposal I saw that had the 10-acre undisturbed buffer in it, showed the detention pond being over on the western side of the property. So it would totally eliminate that problem. But still, there are stormwater management issues. I'm confident those stormwater management issues can be dealt with. We have Dave Braden leading the charge on that, and I haven't seen a situation yet where he hasn't been able to come up with some kind of a solution that's going to solve the stormwater management problem. So even though it's not solved necessarily with this proposal, I have every confidence it will be solved before any development takes place on that property. There's the Civil War, all the Civil War discussion about artifacts, trenches, and so forth up there. I think there's no question that there was Civil War action on the hill. There is some question as whether those artifacts, the trench and the gun pit, are in fact what they're thought to be. Doesn't matter. If we have a 10-acre, if we keep a 10-acre undisturbed parcel up there, that solves that, and it doesn't force us to have to address the issue and get everybody to agree that, yes, in fact, those are artifacts. But that's an issue. There's another issue, which is do we have more need for additional retail capacity in the Dallas Highway corridor? I think the jury's out on that. Dust hasn't even settled yet on the new Parkside development. That's a major new development down the street, and we need to let time go by. So there's a timing issue here. So I've come up with, I think, 3 conclusions, and there may be more that are appropriate, but from my perspective, as the first one is, the staff said it very eloquently I think, in their staff comments. Most of this proposal, as presented with an RSL and with the shopping center, is not in compliance with the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan, which delineates this parcel as low-density residential, which is 1 to 2.5 units per acre. The RSL portion is in compliance with low-density residential as long as the density is 2.5 units per acre or less. The proposal in this plan is somewhere in the vicinity of 5 units per acre. So from that point of view, even though RSL fits within low-density residential, 5 units per acre is way above anything that would be compatible with the neighboring subdivisions. Further, low-density residential clearly does not allow for neighborhood retail commercial, that zoning category. And that's the minimum category that any kind of retail would demand. It could be something more dense than neighborhood retail, but it's not allowable within low-density residential. And finally, as Mr. Jordan said, there's an established method of development along Dallas Highway. The county has been very consistent and careful with its zoning actions, and I think Helen talked about this too, for good reason, on the Dallas Highway corridor to limit commercial development to define commercial nodes. This is not a commercial node, it's a residential parcel, the way it's currently laid out in the future land use map. So my first conclusion is this application is not in compliance with the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan. The second one, for me, and this is more of something from the heart, it's hard for me and it's difficult for me to imagine the removal of this hill. It's a local landmark. It has undisputed historical heritage. And I am worried about the implications for Mud Creek and the environment from a stormwater management point of view. And then finally, my third conclusion is the timing. Even though I understand the business need on the part of the applicant to kind of tee up the next big project, the timing is just not right for this right now, for additional retail capacity on the Dallas Highway corridor, in part because the full impact of Parkside, their current ongoing development, is just not known. So those are my 3 conclusions, and I think at this point I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, but before we do that, I know we all have thoughts on this. The plan that we're considering today, though, does not include the 10-acre set-aside undisturbed area that was mentioned by a number of people, including Skip. I want to be sure we understand that. For whatever reason, the applicant and their attorney decided not to come forward with that plan. I, too, thought that was an excellent idea, but we didn't see that. So that's not what we're voting on here today. It's the plan that is in our book. It's the plan that we've been shown here this morning. And I think you realize this because many of you alluded to it, this will develop at some point. It may be this year, it may be 5 or 10 years from now. It's going to develop. My strong suspicion is that hill is going to go away. I think it will have to be graded despite what some have said and despite what Skip just said. I think it's going to have to be graded down in order to develop it, whatever that is, whether it's residential or commercial or something else. I would like to see it stay residential. It's a challenging site. It's one of the most challenging sites that I've visited, and I went out there 3 times. It's hilly. I do think it's rocky. I'm not sure about the comment that blasting would not be needed. I'm not convinced that that's the case. But this is a tough one. And the last thing that I want to say before we go to other comments and a motion, he recognized the hard work, very hard work, that all of you and the applicant and their attorney put into this. This man put in hundreds of hours on this. Each of us from time to time gets difficult cases. Skip worked his heart out on this, and we applaud him for his hard work in trying to do what's best for all parties. That's what we're challenged to do, and I think Skip did an excellent job. Any other comments?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that. I thought about this for hundreds of hours, but I'm not sure I worked on it for hundreds of hours.
That's work. That's work. Whether you're on the computer, the telephone, or on the site, you're working on it. Galt?
I'll just make a comment. For me, it doesn't come down to whether there's excess commercial capacity on the road or not, because that really gets into whether a business is viable or not, so to speak, and that's something that we just don't get into on the Planning Commission, deciding who gets the right to compete and who doesn't. It really comes down to, is this area the right area for commercial development, or should it be as it's planned in a residential development? When we did the property down the street, there were different factors involved that said, okay, that commercial node where it's ending didn't really make sense. On this one, I think where the commercial node ends does make sense. I think it does make sense to keep this parcel residential, and I don't think we're depriving the property owner of anything, because he's had it zoned residential since 1972. It's always been planned to be residential. He's used it residentially, and he can go out and develop it tomorrow residentially. It's already zoned R20. He could put a subdivision, somebody could pull permits and start work on it. So it's not that there isn't a viable use and we're saying, hey, you can't use it for anything. So those are my comments.
Anyone else? Okay, Skip, back to you.
My motion is very simple. I recommend denial to the BOC for rezoning application Z98.
Okay, we have a motion for denial on Z98 and a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, please register your vote. Okay, so that is denied. Okay, folks, let me remind you, we have lots of other cases that we're fixing to hear. We are televised, so I'd ask you to keep it to a dull roar. If you do decide to leave, that's fine. Please do so quickly and quietly through the back doors. Don't congregate in here to further your discussions. Let's do that outside, because we're going to move on to the next case. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and we will be back at 10:30 to resume. Okay, thank you, folks. We're back live. We're going to make one additional change to the agenda this morning. We have one more case that I think most of the people in the audience are present for. So we're going to move that up on the agenda, and that is Z35. So, John, if we could call that case next. That's the Ebenezer Road case. And
Yes,
then
sir.
We'll hear that one. Go ahead, please.
Okay, rezoning case Z35, Adventure Living LLC, request rezoning from R20 and R80 to RSL non-supportive for the purpose of senior living in land lots 304 and 345 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Ebenezer Road, north of Blackwell Road, and the western terminus of Cedar Ridge Road. The applicant is present. Earlier, there were 48 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
John, how many opposed? Was it 38 or 48?
Okay, we have one more coming in, so we have 49 opposed.
49, okay. Okay. Okay, Doug, before we get started, we did not do this before, but I think we should. We have, I believe, recorded 49 in opposition. Do we have anyone in favor of Z35? If so, would you raise your hand? In favor of Z35? This is the Ebenezer Road, large tract. I just see two, is that right? Okay, we'll get those recorded. Thank you very much. Doug, whenever you're ready. Just give us your names and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Bernie Smith. I am representing Adventure Living. Thank you for your time. I'm also representing Harold Burtz with Burtz Builders, who is one of the property owners on one of the parcels here. The way I got connected with this project was I had talked to Harold about his property. We're both builders and developers. And he had expressed an interest in doing an RSL on the property. And so I talked to the adjoining property owners, and they agreed to sell us their property so we could expand the project and make it bigger. Realizing that Ebenezer Road is a major collector, we felt like it would be a good place for an RSL, and that the inventory is pretty low in that part of town for RSL. So in order to give the folks looking for a place to relocate that have a different lifestyle due to the evolution of aging and looking for something else, we thought it'd be a good community for the area. And with that, I'll let Doug Patton step up.
Good morning. My name is Doug Patton. I'm the principal and owner of Centerline Surveying and Land Planning. I've been asked by the owners and my clients to provide you with a more detailed description of the proposed design and answer any questions that you may have. This layout was not the original submitted design that was reviewed by the staff. However, after some feedback from the staff review and some planning sessions and additional correspondence we've received from Mr. Trombetti and from the neighbors, we have reduced the site plan from a 76-unit layout to a 71-unit layout at a density of 4.56 units per acre. We are not requesting any concurrent variances, although we have recognized there may be some opposition to this proposal in this site plan. We have made several concessions on this site plan to try to accommodate some of the concerns that we've heard. We do have the support of some of the adjacent property owners, of which we can provide that information if need to, Mr. Phillips across the street and some others. But in general, I think this site plan needs to stand on its own accord, and I wanted to point out a few key features on it, if you don't mind. What we did here was, there seems to be a stormwater problem in this subdivision that I've discussed with Dave Braden and also with the adjacent property owners briefly from a development that is above here. And what we've done is our plan, if you see down here at the bottom, is we've designed some landscaping berms to eliminate and cut off the water flow that goes down through that area. It should make a drastic improvement on the stormwater issue that's in that part of the project. The original 20-foot landscaping buffer that was required for us out of the RSL, what we have done is we've increased that to we put a 30-foot planted buffer on there, and then also increased the building setback at that time to 50 foot. So what that will do is that'll make a 20-foot area for us to plant a berm in there and do some heavy vegetation to try to cut off the water flow. And then it also gives us an additional 20 foot of yard and area from the homes that we plan to stay where we can create water drainage areas and all that to get the water where it needs to go into our detention facility. The buildings have been moved slightly from the original layout to accommodate the fire marshal's request. Some of those are, we've created 24-foot drive aisles instead of the standard 15-foot separation between structures. There are no structures that are closer than 15 foot, but in most cases, we've widened them out to a more, I've got a example over here where everything's dimensioned off to where we've created 24-foot to 20-foot separation between the majority of the buildings to meet fire hose lay requirements from fire marshal. As Bernie mentioned, the DOT has classified Ebenezer as a major collector, and they have made a request to us giving up additional 15 foot of right-of-way. We accommodated that with our design and gave voluntarily the 15 foot that they've requested. And what we have done is we've also done a sample layout of the fact of how we would landscape that along the front. It would be 15 foot of right-of-way that we're giving up to DOT that we would request that we put our sidewalk and our low seasonal color landscaping, of which will be flowers and low growing bushes. And then from the new proposed right-of-way line interior, there would be additional 20 foot that we would plan to put the heavier screening vegetation on our property to try to shield the project from the road work and the sound from the road. That would give us a total of 35 foot that we're planning on vegetating, but with the 15 feet of it in the future right-of-way, we would do low-growing seasonal color just to keep it, safe and not have any sight distance issues that would normally come up with, larger planted vegetation. We also received a request to increase the buffer and the setback along the northern property line, of which is up here. We were able to accommodate that without too much, heartache. And what we did was we went ahead, since we increased it up here for these neighbors who asked for more room, we put a 40-foot setback there, as well as a 30-foot landscape buffer in that area. And when we did it on the north side, we went ahead and tried to be good neighbors and did it on the southern property line as well. Down at the bottom, we put a 30-foot buffered area, and instead of a 20 and a 40-foot setback there. So if we increase the buffer area on the northern side, the southern side, and the side adjacent, of which would be adjacent to this subdivision, all the way down to where the detention pond is here. At the point where the detention pond is there, the detention pond will have its own vegetation, so we've taken away that landscape buffer. That'll be required by stormwater for the vegetation of the detention facility itself. The design is a quad-style unit. The purpose of that is to create more of a community feel for the age-restricted requirement that will be placed on the RSL. The majority of them are slabs with the option of a bump-out roof, which is considered like a half-story, which would be bonus rooms, extra bedrooms, or the assorted that is kind of the style for the slab to have a little extra room there. I do have examples of the elevations of both those buildings. The only real difference is the roof line. You can see where the bump-ups are, and also in the floor plan itself, the only addition is these stairs to go to those additional bump-ups. The price range is $300,000 to $450,000, with a minimum square footage offered at 1,750. Even though the majority of these are far more than that, we're setting a minimum just to try to keep make it part of our stipulation letter that we submitted to Jason Campbell. It is dated, stipulation dated April 26th. I'm sure you all have that in your package, where we've offered the standard, the normal requirements and requests that are made out of the Planning Commission, all the way down to the last one, which says the district commissioner will have the final authority to make minor modifications with certain stipulations placed within that ability. We are ready to answer any questions you want. We have talked with the people who are going to speak against us, and we are doing our best to accommodate them in this site plan design, and so we respectfully request that we get an approval for the 71 units that we offer at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. You did well. You had 42 seconds left. How did you manage that? You practiced, didn't you? Okay, let's hear from the opposition at this time. Anyone wishing to speak, come on up. Go right ahead, give us your name and tell us what you'd like us to know.
Good morning. I'm Tom Dilbeck. I live on Maybreeze Road, which is just around the corner. Thank you for your public service. Yours can be a difficult and thankless job, particularly when asked to evaluate a deeply divisive development like this one. Everyone here today are common citizens who love Cobb County, our schools, our parks, our churches, our healthcare choices, our restaurants and retail. But what we came here for are our communities, which are low-density, high-quality neighborhoods. A high-density, particularly an exclusionary senior living development, brings none of these good things to the area. In fact, the proposed Z35 development makes existing problems worse. It is a plan which will cost Cobb County a lot of money to fix. It is simply a bad plan. We want diverse families that will bring children to our schools and customers to our businesses. Today, our zip code has a 20-year gap in its population density and that gap exists between the ages of about 21 and 41 years of age. This is the result of past developmental trends when a lot of the build-outs were done in the 1980s and 1990s as people came, loved Cobb County, and stayed. We are pro-growth and pro-development in Cobb County. We just need to fill that gap behind us with young professional families just as we were. We need these families' children to fill and support our schools and as customers for our businesses in Cobb County. The proposed development is exclusionary. While it plays into a peak baby boomer bubble, what happens in a few years? Do we want everybody in Cobb County to be over age 70? Who comes in behind them? How do we sustain this community? We need to consider these things. We perceive the developer's senior living plan as simply a cynical sleight of hand to trick you into lowering the standards and allowing high-density housing in a place where it does not belong.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Sutton, and I, along with my husband and 2 young children, live next door to the proposed development at 3886 Ebenezer Road. We are on the north side, headed towards Maybreeze. We are not the only family with children who share property lines or who are in close proximity to the proposed development. We bought our home last year with the idea that we would be raising our children in a quiet and beautiful country-like part of Marietta. Surrounding this area are well-established family neighborhoods with people who have lived here for years, 20 to 30 years, some of them, and some that are new like us, just starting out and wanting to establish long-term roots in a wonderful area. We knew this area was zoned for R20 and R80 when we bought our home. We knew this because Princeton Manor was in the early stages of development, and we educated ourselves on all things zoning due to the fact we had a subdivision going in behind us. Princeton Manor is behind our property and zoned R20, just as a majority of this area is. It fits. The few homes allowed to be built have made construction over the last year practically unnoticeable. The workforce has been minimal and has relatively not been a nuisance or a safety concern to our family. I attribute those to 2 things. 1, developer experience in maintaining the R20 zoning that was already set in place. The proposed rezoning R20 to RSL will not only be directly next door to us, but rezoning would also disrupt and have dense construction over the next many years. It will delay school buses, and we will have sidewalks that lead to nowhere. Ebenezer Road is already a busy main street. My husband and I fight with traffic constantly. I get tailed by cars when turning into our own driveway. I suppose they are in a hurry to get to the flashing red light at Maybreeze. Getting in and out of our property is sometimes a battle when cars are backed up and blocking our driveway depending on the time of day. To say that traffic will not be affected by a high-density development next door to us is just not true. People who are 55 and older are very much active. They go out, work, and travel, and they have families, some of which still live with them. In that case, more people, more cars, more traffic. Granted, Ebenezer Road will have more traffic with a development of any kind, but especially if this rezoning is allowed for high density in an area that's not suited. There is a reason this area has been zoned R20 and R80. It should not change to accommodate a high-density development that is unlike anything else in this area. Please maintain the integrity of the area by upholding R20 zoning. If it is to be developed, it should be what it's already zoned for. While we love our seniors, a high-density 55 and older subdivision would be better suited elsewhere and not next door to families with young children on both sides of the proposed development. Please consider how rezoning will have a negative impact. The community strongly opposes It's unwelcomed. Nothing good will come of this. My husband and I have already made our long-term investment for our family, mainly our young boys when we bought our home in this area. Please do not rezone to RSL. Please preserve the beauty of the area. It has a potential to grow in a direction it is meant to by maintaining the zoning that's already in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I have a petition. Do I give that to you? Okay. My name is Lynn Hicks, and I have been a resident in Heritage Farms for 33 years. I live at 1443 Cedar Ridge, and I'd like to make sure that you understand that my property is on the low end of where I'm considering the horse farm, then the new subdivision, Princeton Manor, that's not completely yet built, and then Kristen Trace is right behind us. And all of these affect what we're going to be talking about today. When Mr. Smith came out to visit with him, I showed him our current water problems on my property and all the way down the street on Cedar Ridge. I talked to him about that. He asked me if he could bring someone out to, discuss the water problems. To my knowledge, I don't know whether he did or not, but I did offer him, or he asked, and I did say he could. And Mr. Patton, I believe, just spoke to me today. Dave Braden from Cobb County came out, and I did show him the extensive stormwater runoff that we're experiencing right now, and really even from the subdivision Princeton Manor that's not completely built yet. When I moved into that house in 1983, there was a good-sized grate in the lower part of my property. I was told the county put that in. Dave may be able to tell you something else, but that water gets all the stormwater from the horse farm and now the other two subdivisions and pipes it under my next-door neighbor's driveway out onto the street, onto Cedar Ridge. I'm going to show you some pictures in a minute. But all along my side of the Cedar Ridge, all of those houses have talked to AquaGuard and Trotter and had to have their basement waterproof to the tune of $3,500 to $8,000. Mine, even before this came up, I had AquaGuard and Trotter come out. Just fixing mine is going to be $4,500. Of course, I've suspended that at this time. But the runoff from the horse farm comes. At some point I regraded my backyard, spent $6,000 on that, and so the water still does come down from the horse farm, but it has white caps. It's so bad. If anything gets on that grate in the bottom of my driveway, it blocks it up, and then it comes into my house. But every house down that side and some on the other side are experiencing water problems. When Kristen Trace, you may not understand the relevance of this, but when Kristen Trace was built behind us a long time ago, and we fought that, and we were pretty successful. We kept them to R20, but Cobb County made the builder or developer, I'm sorry I don't know the terms, put a berm in. Well, that worked well for a couple of years, and now the berm is gone, and the berm is now sitting on my wooden fence in the back. And actually, though that's rotting my fence, it actually helps keep some of the water from coming down into my property. I had to put a grate there and a grate on the horse farm up at the top to try to help control some of the water as well, which helps all my neighbors downstream. I now dump all my grass clippings on the lower side of that grate to try to stop the water from coming down, and I've even planted bushes down there to try to stop it. It's horrible. I also, and Dave was out there, I have a silt fence that I put on that back fence property, and the water rushes so bad it knocks it over and breaks the wooden sticks, and I have to replace it. Where are our pictures? I know this is hard to see, but this is Cedar Ridge, and right at the top is where the new development is being proposed to go in. My house is on the very end. Now, this water is from this weekend. In fact, it was Sunday, and it had stopped raining about 2 hours before this. And this dirt normally it's just clear water. This orange colored is from the subdivision, I believe, that's newly being built as Princeton Manor. So I'm just saying there's already a problem that has not been addressed. We don't want any more to happen. This shows you, where's the other big picture? Oh, sorry.
Be sure you use the microphone or the handheld. We can't hear you
I'm
otherwise.
so sorry.
That's okay.
This is where all the water goes from the lower part of my property underneath my neighbor's driveway and comes out of this big pipe. Again, this is 2 hours after it's rained, and it wasn't a hard rain. And then does go down the street. Across the street from me, the water shoots out so much that it pushes the neighbor's pine straw in his Pine Island back, and all along here, this is sinking down 3 inches, and he has to put new dirt out every so often. So we already have significant water issues, and I just want you to understand why we are a little skeptical of promised stormwater solutions, because we've already dealt with problems that there were no solutions. And just in closing, I'd like to say that indeed, Mr. Smith and his group, in Joni Mitchell's words, they want to pave paradise and put up a parking lot.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, we're all out of time, but let's hear from one more speaker, please.
Thank you. I was wondering if we were close or not. My name's Christopher Baldwin. I'm an architect. I'm also been a developer over the years. In fact, looked at several pieces of property in the same area. I never intended to change any of the zoning though. So I've always loved the area. I live on the corner of Ebenezer and Maybreeze Road, where that flashing light is. I can't tell you how many times people have ended up in my front yard due to that curve and speeding through it. But to come back in here, and we're looking at the comprehensive plan up there on the screen right now, and the red line outlines the property we're talking about. Everything around it is in the low-density residential. That's the reason we live here. To come in here and put on top of us senior living and put the density that we're talking about is incomprehensible to me. I don't understand why we'd even consider this. I know the reason why is because of the money that can be made if selling more property with more homes on it. There's not a real reason in my mind to say that you have to change this density to do that. And I don't see how you would agree to changing this density when you've already, on your comprehensive plan through 2040, said you do not want to go any higher. So that said, I'm not going to try to take this too long, but it's just that I'm 60 years old, by the way, so I'm a senior. Most of the people that are here today are seniors. We're not looking to move into these kind of homes. I also design a lot of senior living communities too. I've done a lot of that, nursing homes, assisted living, personal care homes. I'm doing one out on Canton Highway right now. So I know the places that these places demand and want to be next to. This is not the location. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. Okay, we're going to close the public portion. Doug, they did go over a couple of minutes. Do you want to, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Do you want to rebut anything they've said or give us any final comments quickly?
Once again, Doug Patton. A couple minor notes to be made is the fact that the stormwater issues that are being experienced out there are from an R20 development, of which means the property is owned by the homeowners, of which means it's up to homeowners to take care of that property. In an RSL development, of which is what we're proposing, the berm that we will be putting in will be managed and maintained by the landscape group and the homeowners association on a regular basis. It's not going to be left up to the homeowners. It'll be part of our regular standard maintenance issue, including the detention facility to maintain it, to keep it void of some of the items that were pointed out as far as rats or whatever was in that slide. The other thing is that I have been doing this for probably 30 years, and I've designed probably 20 to 40 of these RSL developments in and around Cobb County. And every time I represent one of these things, it is one bone contention of the people who actually live there is why are they put off into more of a commercial area? Sometimes they do want to live near their families and near their grandkids and be placed in a position to where they still feel like a part of that family instead of somewhere where you have to go visit. My mother actually lives in one herself, and when I go visit her, I have to go through all the malls and all the traffic and all the street to get to this RSL little community that they built. It's not a neighborhood. It's just a building where she lives. This would put them actually back in the community and in the neighborhood. It's not a place to go and retire. It's a place to have less yard to take care of and more interactive ability in the community that they want to live in, of which is not always stuck away in a high-density residential. It could be in a neighborhood, and that's what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patton. Okay, we'll close this portion of the hearing. This is in District 3, and this discussion will be handled by Ms. Trombetti. Christie?
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Or can y'all hear everything we're saying okay? Okay. All right. I'll try to speak up. That was mentioned to me earlier, and I'll try to make it so that you can understand what I'm saying. Thank you for all the participation. I know Mr. Patton and Bernie Smith have been working really hard to make adjustments and consider options as feedback from the community and from Commissioner Burrow and myself has been coming in. The neighbors in this case have come together really quickly. This is not a held or continued case. This is the first time we've heard this application on schedule, and they have organized quickly over the last month and shared information. They've met with the developer, I know. There was a meeting with Commissioner Burrow last week where about 30 people from the community came and shared their thoughts and their concerns, and really, I think, sought to understand the process and get a good handle on how zoning works, how the land use plan works, and also what some of the consequences of different options would be. If not an RSL, what if it was some other zoning category? And what kind of stipulations can you get through zoning that you can't get when it's not rezoned? So I just wanted to say, I think it's been, over a very short period of time, a lot of work has been done, and I appreciate the open-mindedness and all the participation. As far as the application is concerned, RSL zoning is allowed in low-density residential areas. And the density of the zoning doesn't necessarily have to be the maximum of 5 units per acre. It can range. But the RSL ordinance does allow for the applications to be located in low-density residential areas. And I think the reason that was done when the ordinance was written was to try to recognize that all seniors don't necessarily need or want to live next to a shopping center. And it goes back to what Mr. Patton was just saying, and I think Parks Huff kind of alluded to that earlier too. But again, just because the zoning category is an allowable use doesn't mean that the density necessarily needs to be maximized. And I think what we're used to seeing with most of the RSL developments that we're familiar with is the density is higher. It's more like 4 units an acre, maybe pushing 5. And most of them are currently located on the arterial roadways, even though they're allowed to be located on collectors, according to the ordinance. Most of what we have to serve as examples for us are located on roads like East Piedmont or Sandy Plains or Shallowford in our area, and then in West Cobb, Dallas Highway and Barrett Parkway. So those are more than collector roadways. So I think the density concern that the residents have is very valid. I think the traffic concerns are valid as well, because as we know, people that are 55 and older do still drive, and some have 2 cars, and some may even have a child at home still. I think most of the people who buy into RSL communities are closer to 60 and 70 in reality, but again, it's written so that it technically begins at 55, so the option is there. But again, density, traffic is always a concern. Stormwater is a concern, whether it be an RSL or an R20. As we've heard, the R20 development on Maybreeze is creating some additional issues right now. So that's something that we would have to review regardless of the application. I think one of the things that I like about the RSL as an option, a couple of things really. One is the height of the buildings. they're limited, especially if you're talking about a story to a story and a half construction. You don't have the view of 3 stories of somebody's home from the back, with a basement facing out on Ebenezer Road and 2 more stories above that. So the scale of the buildings in terms of their height, I think, can be an advantage. Also, the additional landscaping and the buffers that we can implement on an RSL that wouldn't necessarily be warranted on an R20 development, for instance, when you're putting R20 next to R20 or R15. And again, the density and the width of the landscaping that they've planned along the road frontage is potentially very attractive. So you have some things that are really nice about the site plan, but then backing up again, I think the density of the project as it's being proposed and is what staff is recommending is a little high because Ebenezer isn't an arterial roadway and it is completely surrounded by much lower density development. So for that reason, I couldn't support the density as proposed. One of the other comments that we've heard, and this is kind of unusual, really, a lot of the times when we hear residential zoning cases, we hear about schools and overcrowding and the pressure on the school system. And in this case, we've actually heard from numerous people that they would prefer to see new families in the area and new kids in the school and continued growth in that direction. And I can understand that because of the age of a lot of the developments or a lot of the subdivisions nearby and kind of not really the lack, but the lower rate of growth of single-family homes in the area compared to some of the other parts of East Cobb and even West Cobb. So the request for more kids in schools, I think, is something we don't hear very often, and that's something we should really consider as it pertains to this area. I know that there was a question about the traffic counts that were provided in the staff report, and they're from 2008, and I think that's just, if I understand correctly, DOT does counts about every 10 years on various roads. So it's kind of common that we might have data that we feel like isn't as current as it could be, and I think that there's a plan to get new information next week. I see James shaking her head, so thank you. So that'll help, I think, in whatever is planned for this area to have fresh traffic data for Ebenezer Road in particular. There are no sidewalks out there currently. This development does propose to add sidewalks. I think it's positive wherever we can get them. There would be a gap that would need to be filled between the south end of the project and Blackwell, where there is a sidewalk that you can pick up and take miles in a lot of directions. So that, the addition of some sidewalks in the area may be a really positive thing as well, especially for families that like to get out and walk or push strollers and ride bikes. So I think that the usual conversation applies here, and that is the density. And I agree that 4.49, I think, units per acre is really aggressive. Even though it's allowed for an RSL, I think it's aggressive for an RSL in this location. And I do share some of the concerns about traffic, just given the fact that these are still very active people, even though they're seniors. They may not have quite the number of trips per day that a family with 2 or 3 children might have, but it's still going to be an added burden to the streets. The other thing I'll mention about an RSL at a lower density, though, is I'm not sure it actually works. I don't know of an RSL that's at 2.5 units per acre. Maybe there is one. But if you consider the homeowners association fees that would be required to uphold and maintain the extensive landscaping and the buffers and the streets and the amenities in the area, I don't know if it is reasonable, if it would be a reasonable expectation to have an age-restricted community with all of these restrictions at a much, much lower density. So Given all that, I wanted to ask Mr. Patton and maybe Mr. Smith a couple of questions, if you could come back up. I know there was some discussion last week about trying to put together a new plan that would be a little bit lower density, still not 2.5, but lower, and that just couldn't, I guess everybody couldn't get together on that, so we couldn't have that for us today. If we were able to hold this case, do you think there is an option or an opportunity for you to work on a plan that's not an RSL? That would be a single-family neighborhood that we could review. I'd be happy to provide extra time. I think the neighbors would be willing to take the time as well.
To try to answer your question and also give you an explanation of the other site plan that we were thinking about working on at the time, is that you are correct. An RSL development with a low unit per acre deal doesn't give the support to the amenities and the landscape and the maintenance that's required, because in these RSLs, I mean, everything outside is a responsibility and paid for by the owners, and you have to have a certain amount to handle that.
Right.
Therefore, that attempt was foregone. If it is your request that we take another look at the site plan to see if there's any other configurations that we can come up with, I'll be glad to take that time to do that, and have no problems working with the community to see if we can come up with that. But the density reduction is going to be hard fought simply because of the fact the project cannot self-contain itself later. The owners there, unless you get a certain yield, you just physically don't have enough people supporting the amenities and the landscaping that is planned for this community. The amenities package in a RSL development, it's kind of a toss of what you put in there because of what the use is. Do we need a pool? Do we need more gathering areas, fire pits, dog walk areas, all this? This plan does accommodate a pool and a community house and 2 or 3 open park type areas. So we've tried to take that consideration, but these are the things that we don't want to see pulled away by just trying to split the houses up a little bit more and cut the ability for them to be paid for. So I'd be glad to work on it in good faith with the adjacent property owners and for the PC, but those are the criteria that I'll be faced against putting that together.
Well, I understand, and that's why I feel like an RSL, I mean, just knowing from my experience with my own neighborhood, just maintaining all of that right-of-way in a way that's attractive and high quality is expensive.
Yes.
So I understand that. What I'd really like, I'd like to hear from the other planning commission members, but I think given what we've heard today, and I do agree with the staff and the community that for this location on a collector street, the density is too high, whether it be an RSL or any other neighborhood. And because this is the first hearing, we haven't held it or continued it. I wouldn't mind holding the case for more work, but I'd like you to at least consider a single-family classification over the course of that hold period, if we hold it. And there might be some other questions or comments from
Well,
the-
and to answer that question, that single-family classification is some of the things that you so graciously pointed out, is the fact that it changes the entire look of what we're presenting.
Right.
You're going to these 3-story mammoths to get squeezed into a $450,000 home. You lose control of the ability to have the maintenance of the HOA and all these things, because then the property becomes the homeowner.
Right.
These RSLs, they have a purpose, and the purpose is to have this nice little tidy, well-paid-for, well-manicured community. Once you release it to a single-family residential, of which, out of respect, I'll be glad to look at, it changes the dynamic of what's being presented.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Skip.
well, when I drove down Ebenezer, I'd never been down that section of Ebenezer in my life, and I was amazed at what a beautiful stretch that is. I know that in West Cobb, which is what I'm most familiar with, we're dealing with parcels that are in areas like that, where on occasion we're getting applications for RSL subdivisions. You know, the RSL district or the ordinance says no more than 5 units per acre, and it says it should be close to shopping typically, and so forth. But I agree with you that there's a place for a well-developed RSL, you know, nicely done, to not be close to shopping, to not be close to all that retail, but instead to be in a setting very similar to what this is. So I kind of like that. I really like, I shouldn't say I kind of like, I really like the idea of an RSL there. But I'm really hard against the kind of density that you're talking about. In West Cobb, when we have something like this, what we've done in the past, and it's worked, is to push the density down to somewhere in the mid to maybe higher threes, you know, 3.6, 3.7, somewhere around in that area, units per acre. And it works. At least it's worked in the several instances that I've been involved in. They can make a really nice development with all the amenities, at the price point that they're looking for or close to it, you know, to target the market that they're trying to target, and it works. And so, I'm expecting that we're probably going to see more and more RSL applications in the future. I think that for this kind of a setting, it's probably pretty important for us on the Planning Commission to have kind of a consensus of what sort of density we really think is appropriate, but still works as an RSL. I like the number of 3.7 or right around there of units per acre. So that's my thought.
Thank you.
Judy?
I was gonna hit my yes button. I like the RSLs. I think in this location and having lived out there for a number of years, it is a rural area. I remember when the lady built the house and it had the barn in the back of the house, and that was just something really unique out there. But the thing I like about RSLs is that it's a location that you can have your family move close to. I know one of them said when you get 70, they're going to do away. You know, most of us are going to be killed off when we're 70. But I would like to hope that I'm going to be around a little longer than that. We want to be close to where we've always lived, or we want to be close to our family, whatever. The thing that I would look for would be to reduce the density. And I think you can reduce the density. You might even look at removing maybe the pool and keeping the community clubhouse, because the pool is an added expense, and that would offset some of reducing that density down. But I actually think the traffic patterns are different for the RSLs. You don't burden the schools, you don't burden the roads per se. So I think it's a good alternative, but with a lower density.
Yes, Skip, go ahead.
Yeah, when you get older and you're a candidate for an RSL, there are two things that happen. The first thing is your short-term memory kind of goes away, and I can't remember what the other one is, but the main point I was trying to make a minute ago, and I didn't do it, and that's what I want to do now, is that as we continue to build out Cobb County, particularly in the more rural areas, I think it's really important for us to worry about the intensity of, you know, traffic and impact on schools and that sort of thing, more so than the number of homes. And so when you go through the numbers for an RSL, I don't remember exactly what the numbers are anymore. I know DOT can tell us, but I do know that you have an average residential home has something in the vicinity of 10 trips in and out. That's unbelievable to me today, every day. An RSL unit has substantially less than that, but the important thing is that they're typically, not always, but typically not during the rush hour. Secondly, the impact on the schools, even though in this case we're trying to increase the the number of kids going to the school, hopefully, You know, an RSL would reduce that, but it would pay taxes. So for some of those people between 55 and 62 or whatever it is. So there would be a positive impact on the schools and a positive impact, properly sized, on the traffic. And that's the basis, the genesis of that 3.7 number. It represents a balance where you don't have more traffic than you otherwise would have had under a strict a single-family dwelling residential development. But you're allowing, and you're changing the traffic patterns by not offering as much traffic during the rush hours. So that's the genesis of the 3.7, and that's the main point.
Let me weigh in on this too. You stole part of my thunder, but on the traffic issues, if this is, and this will be developed at some point, I think it's 3 owners, is that right, of this particular piece of land, they've determined they're going to sell it at some point. And we talked about this being kept as a residential area, R15, R20 perhaps. I would caution the neighbors to realize what this will look like if it's an R20 single-family development. Your setbacks are going to be entirely different. Your landscaping is going to be entirely different. Your densities may even exceed what we're looking at with this RSL. What they ask for, they may not get, but I know how this goes. And so be very careful saying we want to stick to no RSL and only single-family residential. That might be worse than the RSL. Your landscaping will be much more intense, much more beautiful, and much better maintained if it's an RSL versus a single-family residential. There is no impact on the schools because Christie nailed it dead on. Most of these we have seen from experience invite people to live here that are 60 to 75 years of age. Yes, it's age restricted at 55, but you don't have that many at 55. That means they're retired, most of them, and that means that they don't drive very much. So Skip nailed that exactly right. It won't impact the traffic like some of you fear that it will. I am concerned about stormwater runoff. I think that's something we have to be very careful with because we're very close to the maximum impervious coverage with the plan that we're looking at today. You're nodding your head. It didn't get mentioned, but we're going to have to be really careful with that. We already have problems out there. Let's don't do something that's going to make it worse. We have an excellent stormwater management division that will work very hard to see that that doesn't happen. The building height is something else that was mentioned just in passing, but that's important as well. You folks that border this today, would you want to be looking at the back of 3 stories or 1.5? Landscaping, when you throw that in as well, I think this is a good candidate place for an RSL. I think when it's all said and done, and I don't know what the build-out time is, perhaps a couple of years, I'm guessing, something like that. You have to put up with some problems at that time, but there's some stipulations we can put in to be sure that we don't do any parking on Ebenezer or any of the side roads, and we limit the hours of construction and so forth. I think this is a good candidate for RSL. We can hold it and have you guys come back with a plan that's R20, for example. I'm not sure that's going to be any better than the RSL we have before us today. Galt, did you have any comment?
I'll just very quickly add that I do think that this density up in the 4s is too high. Staff recommend a maximum of 2.5, which is probably too low to make a RSL work. So somewhere in there, Skip may be on the right track with that. Some of it looks at how the plan lays out and things like that. And you may need, as Judy mentioned, to drop the pool. I think you're down to 71 units already. It's very hard to maintain a pool with 71 units in a residential development. So with less units, it's going to be even harder. So you may have to look at that mix a little bit as well. But, you know, I do think there are seniors who would prefer to live in this more rural setting closer to subdivisions versus right in a heavy commercial area. So there may be some things there. I also take, you know, Christie's recommendation. Well, let's look at what if it was a single family residential too. I think that's, you know, a viable option as well, but those are my comments.
One other point, if I could make, we had someone say earlier that we have too many RSLs as it is. Let me tell you folks, that's not the case. We've already heard zonings over the past 4 or 5 years, many RSLs. There are many more in the plan. Skip just mentioned a couple that he's aware of. I'm aware of 2 others as well. there is a requirement for senior housing like you would not believe. It's just mushroomed in the last few years. We have an aging population. He and I will be out there looking at these units if they're built. Parks Huff said earlier that he wasn't even born in '63. I was in college in '63, so I appreciate these RSLs, especially if they're done right and are beautiful and well landscaped and well maintained. I contend this is a good place for an RSL. Christy, back to you.
Thank you very much for the discussion. And I think the RSL, the demand and the variety of RSL communities that we've seen over the years is really interesting. And we, with each case, have to consider it on its own. And, you know, what fits in one place may not fit in another, and they're just not all the same. So I think it's good for us to talk about that. And as far as the aging population, you know, we've been hearing about that for years and how we need to be ready for all the baby boomers. And then after that, it kind of tapers off again for a while, and we'll have to wait for the millennials to get old enough to buy in these communities. So I think we do have to be careful, you know, what we do. But again, it's good discussion, and I think it's worthwhile for the neighbors to seriously consider how a lower density RSL, if it could be done, would look on the ground compared to just a standard R20 or an R15 neighborhood. I'd like for them to have the chance to kind of see what each of those would look like. So for that reason, I'm going to recommend that we hold Z35 until our June meeting.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second by Galt. Any further discussion?
Yes.
We don't have to. If we recommend it, that's what we're going to have to do. So we have a motion to hold this case, which means we're not going to take a vote on it, but we will come back in 30 days. We'll see what you have prepared for us at that time. So we have a motion to hold. We have a second. All in favor of the motion, please register your vote. Judy says yes. So that's what we'll do. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you in 30 days. Thank you, folks, for your participation as well. Okay, we have time for some more cases here, so let's keep moving. Thank you, guys. John, what's next, please?
Rezoning case Z16, Dobbins Mill LLC. Request rezoning from R20, MHP, and GC to HI for the purpose of office warehouse in land lot 283 of the 17th district. The property is located at the terminus of Dunn Avenue.
Folks, let's leave the room, if you don't mind, and have your discussions outside the chambers. We're moving on with another case, and we are televised, so I need to get you to clear the chamber. Don't stand around and talk in here, please.
And on the west side of West Atlanta Street. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z16? Please raise your hands if you're opposed to rezoning case Z16. Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Thanks for only asking twice.
Should we ask again?
No, please do not.
Okay, let's move on. Kevin, go ahead, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Planning Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the owner and applicant for this rezoning application. This rezoning application concerns just over 8 acres, 8.03 acres, located off of West Atlanta Road. And if you'll recall, last month, I stood up here as it relates to this application, and we withdrew a SLUP application for a waste transfer station to go here, and said we'd relook at it and engage with the community even further. We'd had several meetings with them prior to that time, and we did just that. That proposal went away, and what was substituted in its place was a proposal to rezone the property from its existing zoning of mobile home park, general commercial, and R20 to light industrial, to expand an already existing light industrial park located here that is owned and originally developed and constructed and currently owned by the applicant Dobbins Mill. And it's known as Dobbins Mill Industrial Park if you drive out there now. We've done all of that, and if you recall, last time we had news cameras and lots of opposition, and today we do not. So I think that that's significant in what the applicant and owner has committed to do here in order to do exactly what Cobb County has urged him to do and urged the property owners in this area to do, and that is redevelop their property out of non-conforming mobile home park uses that go back over 50 years and redevelop out of that into industrial property. That's in concert with Dobbins Air Force Base and the land use study that was just approved. It was a joint land use study that was just approved a year ago by the Board of Commissioners. And now the fruit of that is him coming forward with this proposal. I just want to give a little context and a little history as I go through this, and then we'll turn to the exact proposal for you. All right, I'm going to show you on this aerial. It's just a little bit easier to see, to kind of follow what is in the surrounding area and exactly where we're talking about. This is Atlanta Road heading south in this direction, so south is down. What you see on this side directly on this side of Atlanta Road is Dobbins Air Force Base. So this is actually the end of the runway that is right at this location here on Dobbins Air Force Base. The subject property we're speaking of is just off of West Atlanta here and Dunn Avenue here. And the subject property is this piece right here. It's 8 acres, 8.03 acres. What you'll see on it is currently comprised of an existing mobile home park of about 50 mobile homes. There's really, I think, 48 mobile homes. What you see here is the existing Dobbins Mill Industrial Park that was once a mobile home park and purchased by this applicant and owner, redeveloped and repurposed as an industrial development, one that surrounding residents have been happy with, that Cobb County has been happy with, that was zone light industrial back in the early 2000s and redeveloped as such. This mobile home park is adjoined on surrounding sides by a separate, non-conforming mobile home park that's located immediately to the west, which is here, and that has over approximately 70 mobile homes in it. To the south, this is a existing mobile home park, also non-conforming in terms of its zoning, though there is mobile home park zoning for it. That's over 100 some odd mobile home units there. This is undeveloped, tract here adjacent to it. That property is undeveloped because there's a gigantic gully that runs through that you can't see from a bird's eye view. On this side of Dunn Avenue here is yet another non-conforming mobile home park that has been in existence for a long time. And then you have a R20 long ago developed single-family detached neighborhood that is primarily rentals and also has code enforcement issues all of its own that are significant and extensive. Not to mention the code enforcement issues that are prevalent throughout these non-conforming mobile home park communities that we just pointed out. But we do have this industrial park that's been built, developed, and constructed and has been successful due to this applicant and owner, and I think that's significant. Now we're seeking now to do the same thing with this proposal. If you can turn to the site plan. He's going to turn to the actual site plan so I can point out exactly how this fits together, but I think it's important to understand this application and what's being really requested here to understand what is surrounding this property and what has been done prior. That's pretty good. All right, this is the actual 8.03 acres here that's comprised of the subject property. What you'll see on the site plan, kind of in faint lines, is the existing Dobbins Mill Industrial Park, which is zone light industrial, with existing industrial park buildings and done very nicely and of a high quality. This is Dunn Avenue, a public county right-of-way that feeds just directly into this property. What we have proposed is just over a total of 111,000 square feet of industrial buildings broken up into various sizes. Primarily the predominant size is about 9,300 square feet, which are consistent with the buildings that are existing in the Dobbins Mill Industrial Park. And we've stipulated to that fact that these buildings will be substantially consistent and compatible architecturally from an elevation standpoint with those buildings. We also have a couple of larger buildings located here. To orient you, this is a mobile home park existing, the zone general commercial. This is a mobile home park existing here. Up here is the R20 subdivision, and this is parcel zone GC located here is actually an existing non-conforming mobile home park. It works out well. There is an existing stream on the northern side of this property, and thus we have the required 50-foot undisturbed natural buffer, which coincides with a buffer that it will extend and therefore be an undisturbed buffer along the R20 existing single-family detached residential. We have further stipulated that against existing residential, not necessarily residentially zoned property, but against existing residential property, there will be a 20-foot landscape buffer just to provide protection, privacy, and screening to the benefit of both existing properties in this case. A couple of things that we have put together, and we put together the stipulation letter that was dated April 15th when we reduced and deleted this application to light industrial, as well as set forth several stipulations, most of which I just reviewed with you in this plan. There's a couple of points to be made as well, given requests that have been made of us since we've submitted that revised application on April 15th. One is a comment from Cobb County Department of Transportation that this owner and applicant be required to improve Dunn Avenue from this location here up to its intersection with West Atlanta Street. The issue with that is that such a request really is an unconstitutional exaction. This property and this property owner do not abut Dunn Avenue except for this segment right here where it enters. The rest of Dunn Avenue is Cobb County public right-of-way, and the request from Cobb County DOT in this regard is to have this applicant and owner upgrade a county road that is not fronting on this property, upgrade a county road that is actually off-site. It is a means of access. It's not the only means of access, but as such, it's our position that that's a request from DOT that if placed on this property would be an unconstitutional exaction because we're not fronting on Dunn Avenue. It feeds us, and we're happy to upgrade our access here to those commercial standards, but as to the rest of the road, it's in deplorable condition. It needs to be repaved, and that should be a county obligation. The county has neglected Dunn Avenue for all these many years, leaving it in pothole-filled, deplorable condition. The county can simply repave its own road, and we think that's very important. It's very important for the success of this project, very important for the success of redeveloping this area as Cobb County has intended. Lastly, we've also been asked to instill several additional regulations and/or stipulations on this property that would limit the approved uses and permitted uses under the light industrial category, limit certain business hours for certain types of businesses. While we understand where that comes from in terms of, quote, protection for surrounding residents, we also believe that this property needs to be economically competitive. We're being asked to, in essence, agree to economic regulations, and so normally we wouldn't address economics with you, but the fact remains this is an existing mobile home park. The easiest thing for this owner developer to do is spend $100,000 and upgrade those mobile homes, and it'll be a mobile home park for 50 years. The hardest thing to do is invest and borrow $5 million and turn it into an industrial park that'll benefit the county. We don't need to put regulations that foster failure. We need to put zoning in place that will secure success for redevelopment, and that's why we cannot agree to those requested regulations. With that, we would ask that you respectfully approve this zoning application as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I know we had no one who raised their hand in opposition, but just for the record, one last time, anyone here in opposition to Z16? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It'll be back to this board. This is in District 4. Galt, you want to handle this one for us, please?
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Looking at this, certainly this is a far better use than what was originally proposed, and I think that's obvious by the lack of opposition and TV cameras and that. One of the things I want to make sure we note is that, you know, the county was involved in a joint land use study that up here we're all familiar with. And that's really a joint land use study with Dobbins, and the surrounding jurisdictions, being Cobb County and the municipalities around it. And really the intent of it is to make sure that there's compatibility between the base and the surrounding areas. And part of that is to designate areas like this that are end of a runway not to be residential long-term in the future. Obviously, there's residential there now, and it's not saying take it away, but as areas are redeveloped, it should be used and in fact, our land use plan says in an industrial type manner, industrial compatible manner. So I think, from that standpoint, this zoning goes hand in hand with that. But I also want to recognize that it's probably going to be surrounded by residential for a long time to come, or at least on some side. We have an R20 subdivision just to the north that's probably not going to go anywhere for a long period of time. We have other mobile home parks that are probably going to be there for quite a while. Hopefully they get redeveloped at some point. So we have to take into account some of the residents that live there and the noise that an industrial kind of facility should be. One of the things that wasn't made clear, but I want to make sure everybody understands, is that the applicant's asking for this not to be a site plan specific zoning. So this is like a picture of what may come, but they may develop totally different building configurations and size buildings, and the tenants may change, so it may not be exactly like the Dobbins Mill that's in front. So with that, I looked down at the uses that are allowed in LI, and I counted 91 uses. And from that, one of them would be prohibited by code, and that would be automotive paint and body shops, because they're not allowed when they're adjacent to residential. So they wouldn't be allowed to have that one anyway. But because some of these adjacent residential are really on commercially zoned properties, I thought it may be important to state that one specifically. I do have concerns about designated recycling locations, because there's a lot of moving of metal that makes lots of noise and that. So that's one of the ones that I requested not being included. Another one that may seem a little odd, but if you think about motorcycle, all-terrain vehicles, and three-wheel vehicle sales and service, they tend to have more of a weekend business, and a lot of motorcycles have non-compliant exhausts on them. They're way too loud, and that could be creating disturbance. So those were 3 out of 91 potential uses in LI that I pulled out. And the other one that gave me concern, because we've had cases here of it, is there's a use of plumbing and heating equipment dealers. And my concern was the recycling component of that creating noise. And I thought they should do any loading and storage of the recycling components indoors, because we've had those problems on Canton Highway where the neighbors who are nearby are complaining about, the HVAC companies bringing back old units and moving them around at, once they're done on jobs at, late into the evening hours. So those were items that I requested that the applicant has said that they're not willing to agree to. I also requested that there be some hours on large trucks and heavy equipment. So any truck with a gross vehicle rating over 12,500 pounds be limited to the hours of 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Saturday, and Sunday 12 to 5 p.m. We've done that on a lot of other cases to try and mitigate the noise concerns to residents. I don't think anybody wants semis coming in and out all night long. And that, if they develop it as this is, they probably wouldn't have those types of uses and businesses. But when they're asking for open LI zoning, it could be a truck terminal. It could be something that's not envisioned on here with the zoning, and we wouldn't want those uses occurring at all hours. So those are my concerns there. One other is I just want to tweak the wording a little bit on the buffer language. He said existing residential, which we usually look at as residential zoning, and what really the intent is to the existing residential, whether it be the mobile home park that's in a GC zoning right now, a non-conforming, or residentially zoned properties that they're gonna have a buffer to it, and that's their intent in the letter. It's just, I wanna make sure that tweak the words a little bit. I also want to give them the ability that once those residential uses stop, they don't have to maintain that buffer anymore. So I don't want to make it forever, because at some point these things probably will be redeveloped to something else. Those were kind of my items that I wrote down here, and the other one was the improvement of Dunn Avenue. I do think, Dunn Avenue not only is full of potholes, but it's also, I don't believe, proper width. That DOT would meet DOT standards now and that, but I don't know, the applicant asked for the county to pay to upgrade it. The DOT asked for the applicant to pay to upgrade the entire length of the road. I don't really think that's something that we should be involved in, and I think it probably ought to come down to a negotiation at some point between the applicant and the county. If they want things to fit a particular use, then they can look at contributing to that. I don't know, but I don't think it's really our place, so I was gonna drop both of those out and just add a clerk's note that we leave that to the Board of Commissioners to address without recommendation on that portion. So does anybody have any comments before I make a motion?
Any comments, questions, concerns, Judy?
Just one brief, I think that in this particular area, we're all familiar with it. We all should be down on our knees thanking the good Lord that somebody has come in here with a redevelopment that they're willing to put in and get rid of the mobile home parks. We have had trouble with those mobile home parks for years. So I think anything in this particular, I understand about the site plan, you don't really have to do it to a site plan, but you could do it for office and warehouse use only if you were worried about any retail components. And you also could restrict it, not being site plan, but you could restrict it to the number of buildings if you wanted to, without being to the site plan. But in this particular location, I'm not really concerned about site plan specific.
Anyone else?
I had a couple of comments.
Christie?
I agree in terms of the site plan specific question. I don't think it's necessary, especially since we don't know who the users are going to be at this point. And it is in an area recommended for light industrial development. And I think a lot of times when we put added stipulations on hours and uses, it's when we have a transitional area like Canton Road or Veterans Memorial where there's a lot of old GC and we're trying to convert it to more community-friendly NAC or CAC development. So we might have something that's kind of borderline fitting into the activity center. So we allow it, but try to tie it down so that the hours and the uses don't disturb the community. But this isn't the same, in my opinion. I think it's at the end of the runway. It's in an area that we've, for a long time, hoped somebody would come in and redevelop, and the existing Dobbins Mill is nicely done. I think the stream buffer on the north provides a good separation between this and what's likely to remain residential. I think we all know and hope that the mobile home parks are at some point on their way out. So I don't know, I just think in this case, it's recommended for LI and they're coming in with that request, and it's okay sometimes just to have a zoning without a lot of extra stipulations, especially when we don't know exactly who the users are going to be. But as long as they meet the development standards and the ordinance requirements, maybe that's okay. And then as far as the road is concerned, I really absolutely agree that if it's a county road and the county has anticipated this area to be industrial or light industrial for years, then it should not be the burden of a property owner who doesn't front the road to upgrade a county street. So I do think that's something, since it's in the comments and it would be part of our recommendation if we act on it that way, I do think that it's okay to remove that. And of course, the Board of Commissioners can take that up with DOT, but I agree that it wouldn't be right to ask them to upgrade that whole street.
That mobile home park's been there for 60 or 70 years, and I wonder if Dunn Avenue's ever been paved in 60 or 70 years. It's horrible, and the county, I think, does have an obligation to pave it, but that's just my opinion. Anyone else?
I forgot to mention, I've been told that Dunn Avenue is on the repaving list, but that doesn't necessarily upgrade it to standards. Just to repave
And
it
some of the
like it
mobile homes,
is.
I think, are actually in the right of way, and that's gonna
Yeah.
have to be dealt with at the same time. Okay, we need to move on here. Yeah, let's do a motion.
Okay, so.
We're gonna have to hear one more case. I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay, let's do this. I think the consensus was not to put restrictions on the use and that, okay. So I'll make the following motion regarding Z16 to recommend deletion to LI, subject to all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict with the deletion of item number 1 in the staff comments, which was to make it site plan specific, and deletion of the DOT recommendation to recommend improving Dunn Avenue from along the frontage to the intersection with West Atlanta Road to comply with Cobb County standards. So deleting that out. All stipulation of Kevin Moore's letter dated April 15th, 2016, not otherwise in conflict with the following modifications. On item 8A, delete which shall be upgraded by Cobb County in a timely manner to Cobb Department of Transportation standards and regulations. And item B, in second item 13, in the first sentence, change existing residential properties to properties currently used for residential purposes regardless of current zoning. And then at the end, add a sentence, if residential use of adjacent property is discontinued and the property has a non-residential zoning classification, the requirement for buffer shall be eliminated for that portion of property. I just want to add a clerk's note that we leave determination of improvements of Dunn Avenue to the BOC without recommendation from Planning Commission. And I actually think we can put this one on the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion to delete the LI and add to the BOC consent agenda. Do we have a second? Judy? Judy seconds. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, please register your vote. Okay, folks, we got that one. Now, normally at this time, we would take a lunch break. However, I've just been told that the attorney for our next case, which is Z31, has to be in court. The judge won't allow him not to be in court. So we're gonna go ahead and try to hear Z31 before our lunch break. So Garvis, talk quick. So we'll go ahead and try to do Z31 next.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z31, Phoenix GRP LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of 3 single-family residences in land lot 10 of the First District. The property is located on the west side of Cagle Road, north of its intersection with Lower Ross Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z31? Please raise your hands.
Hands up, please. Z31.
Let the record show we have 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the courtesy, as does the Superior Court of Cobb County. For the record, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and I represent the Phoenix Group in connection with this application for rezoning. I've got with me today Ms. Tamina Khan of the Phoenix Group, so at the appropriate time, we can respond to any questions you have. What you're looking at now is an overview aerial overlaid with zonings. The big blue piece you see to your left or to your west is the United States Postal Service. The smaller blue piece you see to the right or to the east of that is the property at issue today that we're talking about is 691 Cagle Road, located on the east side of Cagle Road, north of its intersection with Roswell Road. This is in an area, the totality of which, and everything that surrounds this property is within the MDR, medium density residential range surrounding the property. I've handed out to you a packet of information that includes the architectural elevations and renderings depicting the architectural style and composition which is proposed for this home. Also, since they're not putting them in the zoning analysis anymore, you also have my most recent stipulation letter as well. This is the site plan. Ms. Khan is intending to build one of these homes for herself, and then the other one will be sold in accordance with market conditions, which, as you might suspect in this part of the world, being the Walton School District, is an excellent market. The zoning staff recommendations you have before you are current. The zoning analysis, however, is not. Evidently, it didn't get changed in accordance with the stipulation letter and the revised site plan, and Mr. Peterson had given me a heads up that that was the case about 10 days ago. Just an oversight on staff's part, understandable as well. However, what you're looking at in terms of what I've handed out is the latest stipulation letter. What you're seeing now on your monitor is the latest site plan. What Phoenix originally proposed was a rezoning from R20 to RA5 for 3 homes. And with the filing of the revised site plan on March 14th, they revised that from R20 to R15 for 2 homes. Staff's recommendation is for 2 homes under the R12 classification, which we're fine with. We fit that designation quite easily. It eliminates, by going with R12, it eliminates the need for a variance on one of our lots by about 1,200 square feet, which we were short. We didn't quite have enough to make both lots 15,000. What Phoenix is proposing is building these homes. They'll be custom, quality-built, single-family detached residences with either 2 or 3 car garage, depending on the building footprint. And that footprint that you're seeing there with the elevations I've given you may change because of a change I'll talk about in a minute with respect to the front setback. While this application has been pending, we've established a dialogue with the county staff, received favorable recommendation from them, met with the East Cobb Civic Association in conjunction with Cagle Road residents, and those I haven't met with, it seems like I've talked to most of them on Cagle Road. And then, of course, you have the most recent letter, which embodies the agreements with the Cagle Road residents, the April 28th letter. The stipulations, once the site plan, I couldn't reference that in the stipulation letter because we haven't done an R12 plan. We'll be doing that between now and, of course, the BOC, because we just got your recommendations when you saw them, which was Monday of this week, or last week. We'll have 2 homes, as I mentioned. The minimum square footage will be 4,000 square feet. It could range up higher than that. We've come down a little bit in the house size, again, because of a change in the setbacks. Architectural style and composition will be as we've submitted to you. These will be $700,000 to $800,000 homes, if not upwards a little bit more than that, because of the builder upgrades that'll be done, particularly with Ms. Khan's homes. The submission of a landscape plan, which will include the formation of a landscape oversight committee. The stipulations say it'll include a rep of ECCA, but they want us to change that to a representative of Cagle Road, so we'll be glad to have that individual as a part of the committee. Of course, a representative from Phoenix and a representative from the Community Development Agency will be the final arbiter with respect to any unresolved issues. Sided front, side, and yards with irrigation on all those. The residents on Cagle Road wanted to see hardwood trees, so we've agreed to plant 6 hardwood trees, at least 12 feet in height on the front yards of both of these homes. We've agreed that any dead or irrevocably diseased vegetation will be removed and replaced. They've asked us to put temporary fencing around the north, the west, and the south of the property in order to demarcate the limits of construction so the contractors won't get off the property. They've also asked us to agree to a stipulation, and we've done so with respect to the utilization of other properties on Cagle Road in terms of turning around in driveways or other people's properties, and as a step, we've agreed that we will not be doing that either. As far as the Department of Transportation, we're going to be voluntarily donating and conveying right-of-way along Cagle Road, 25 feet from the center line, sidewalk, curb, and gutters, what DOT originally asked for, but if you've been out there, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you have, as have others, and the Cagle Road residents, I'm not sure exactly their feelings on that, but it just doesn't seem appropriate for sidewalks, given the rural residential appearance of the roadway. And but I'll let DOT and you guys be the ones to decide that. We're willing to do it if it's required. During the construction and build-out, all the parking and construction-related machinery and equipment and vehicles will be on the property. It's not in the stipulation letter, but we're going to establish a wash station on the property, so there won't be any mud or extraneous materials taken out onto Cagle Road. We'll be complying with the water system's recommendations, which means that Phoenix is going to have to secure off-site sewer easements in order to get to sewer. And Mr. Davidson has given us a map and told us which way we have to go and which properties we have to traverse. And of course, we have to get agreements in order to do that, and pay compensation, obviously, for that. We'll be complying with all the recommendations from the Cobb County Fire Department. Also, ECCA had asked that we agree to a reversion, a 12-month reversion. Since we have to secure off-site easements, we would prefer that we have an 18-month reversion. It makes more sense. Sometimes they're difficult to get. And we ran into that on Woodlawn with an RA5 turn to R12 zoning. We got to the 12 months point and we were in negotiations, but they come to fruition, but they hadn't been completed. So we had to file another business application to extend the reversion clause. So we're asking for 18 months, and that be subject to a reversion if there is no land disturbance permit issued in that period of time. Construction hours, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. on Fridays, 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. on Saturdays. And we've also agreed that there'll be no on-site construction on Sundays or on nationally recognized holidays. We don't need the variances we originally needed. When we go to R12, we're asking for 25 feet front setbacks, and my discussions with the chairman and others, we've agreed to take that back to 35 feet. We think that's ample separation from the house or the houses to the street. And you'll see that on the revised site plan. We've agreed to no deliveries except during construction hours, and we've agreed that the district commissioner can make minor modifications subject to the boilerplate language you typically use. These are high-end quality houses. This plan meets the future land use map and the comprehensive land use plan. I thought we had addressed and resolved the issues, and I want to, at this time, thank the residents on Cagle Road for working with us, and thank the ECCA for coordinating the logistics involved in us getting together, and for all those reasons, and under the time normally allotted to me in my garrulous ways of speaking. I've got 1:23, but we do respectfully request that you recommend to the Board of Commissioners that the application be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Sams. Let's hear from the opposition at this time. Come on up. Just give us your name, please.
Jack Feldman. Trying to load a PowerPoint, so I'll begin. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd also like to thank Mr. Sams for meeting with us on April 22nd and for his willingness to listen and respond to our concerns and questions. As I said, my name is Jack Feldman, and I represent several of the residents of Cagle Road. I live across the street and slightly north of the proposed development. I've lived on Cagle for nearly 2 years and have very much come to appreciate the beautiful tree-lined neighborhood that we all call home. I've come to the realization that the development is very likely going to move forward. My overwhelming preference is that the commission refuse to modify the current R20 zoning restriction and that the developer build one single-family residence on the site, which would be consistent with all of the other houses on the street. Having said that, if this project is going to move forward as presented by Mr. Sams, I would consider supporting it if the following stipulations were in place. First, please consider changing the setback to 40 feet. This is consistent with all of the other houses on the street and will allow for additional trees to be planted in front of the houses, preserving the treed personality and look of the street, as you can see from the following images. That's my home. The homes on the development currently under construction around the corner from Cagle Road are of a similar style and size to the proposed houses. As you can see, the homes are extremely close together and very close to the street. This is in sharp contrast to the houses on Cagle Road, and I think you'll agree that the difference is striking. As you can see from this photo, it is set well back on the lot and it is surrounded by trees, and this house is located on Cagle Road. My house was built in 1998, and the same story. Significant setback from the street and lots and lots and lots of trees. It is what drew my wife and I and many of the other homeowners to Cagle Road in the first place. There are a handful of other stipulations in addition to those that were documented in Mr. Sam's letter to John Peterson dated April 28th that we are asking the Commission to consider. Number one, limit Saturday construction hours, which is my Sabbath, to 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. In addition to designating Sundays as non-site construction days, include civic holidays, which Mr. Sams spoke about this morning, and the Jewish holidays of Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah as well. Change item AD in Mr. Sam's stipulation letter to include driveways and property as areas that cannot be utilized for any purposes whatsoever by construction workers. The north end of my property, there is a grassy area that allows me to access the backside of my home. I don't want anyone turning around or driving vehicles on that area. Add in a requirement that the builder install a temporary washing station, which Mr. Sams spoke about this morning, to remove mud and clay and other debris. Include a resident of Cagle Road on the Landscape Oversight Committee, which he also spoke about today, including a restriction on the use of vinyl siding to keep the quality of the homes of a higher level. Restrict the number of attached garages to 2 per home, not 3. The current stipulation says up to 2 or more. We request that it be limited to 2 car garages only. Change the last part of the sentence in item 6C, subject to the arborists and the district commissioner's review and approval in terms of the number of hardwood trees to be planted on each property. And finally, should Cagle Road be damaged or altered in any way as a result of the construction, request that the developer return it to its current or an improved state. And quite frankly, that's really it. But please allow me to respectfully reiterate my request to insist on a 40-foot setback. It will help keep Cagle Road what it is today, which is a small street with several beautiful homes that were built to be part of the landscape and not to destroy it. Thank you for your time and your consideration of our request. And again, thank you to Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Let's hear from the next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I am Trish Steiner, First Vice President of East Cobb Civic Association and Case Manager for Z31. For the record, we are not in opposition to Z31. We want to sincerely thank Mr. Sams for meeting with the residents of Cagle Road and with ECCA. We appreciate Mr. Sams adding our request for additional stipulations to his original stipulation letter as of April 28th and then revising and adding additional stipulations on May 2nd. It has been a pleasure to work with Mr. Sams on this rezoning. Please consider the additional stipulations. On stip 5, add no vinyl siding, and on stip 12, 12B, please change that to 40 feet so that the homes will conform with the rest of the homes on Cagle Road. We really appreciate that. Mr. Sams has agreed to 30 feet, but we would really like to see that at 40 feet. Thank you again. I appreciate it. And again, it was a pleasure working with Mr. Sams, and we appreciate all of the work that you do. And please go ahead and accept Z31 with these stipulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steiner. Okay, this is in District 2. Well, let me just ask, any other person wishing to speak to, because we do have a couple of minutes left, wishing to speak to this zoning? Sure. Have you been sworn in? No, I haven't. Okay, well, let's get you sworn in, please. Okay, come on up and give us your name, please.
My name is John Lee, and I live on Park Crest Place. I have lived there for 30 years. And the stormwater runoff from Park Crest Place runs between my house and the house next to it, which is, my house is the second house from Lower Roswell. There are 3 stormwater drains from Lower Roswell that dump through the woods and the neighbor, to my neighbor to the street, which is 613 Park Crest, I think, and mine is 623. And there's a storm drain between my house and that one, approximately 24 inches, I think, and it dumps at near the rear of my lot. And I have not had a stormwater problem, but based on the letter that I received, looks like they're running the storm, which says there's a stream running through that property. And I have not seen anything that says how they're going to divert the water, or are they going to just have it run over, because there is a stream right away showing on the letter from the Sams attorney. And I'm just concerned with the stormwater runoff, because in the back of my property, there's a gap between the property on my property and it's wood, so I'm not concerned about it. I haven't had a problem. And there's a 30-inch drain that runs under the east side of Cagle Road, and that dumps under the road, on the Cagle Road, and there's a pond or a dump area there. It's approximately 10 to 12 feet in diameter and probably 4 to 5 feet deep. And I haven't seen anything that says how they're going to handle that stormwater runoff. That's my only problem. I have no problem if they will fix the drain so that it handles the storm runoff.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Sams, you want to come back up and let's address that point real quick? I'm aware there is a drainage issue on this site. I'm also aware that you're proposing piping it underground. Why don't you tell us about that and tell us how you'll handle it, and convince Mr. Lee that you're not going to do anything to make his situation worse?
Yes, sir, I'll be happy to do that. And I think probably any comments I make could be even further enhanced and more eloquently pronounced than I, but here you go. The property itself, of course, does have a stream that traverses it. You can see right here. Frank Gibson walked the property, and he advised Mr. Perriman, our surveyor, that since it's piped to this point right here and piped from that point, and it's piped from the property in this point here, and going in the same direction, he wants to see it piped through the property, which is a little unusual in terms of what you typically see. They don't generally follow the piping like that, but in this particular instance they are. My understanding from speaking with Mr. Braden is that that's already been taken by EPD. I may be misstating that, but I think that's what we were just talking about. So there shouldn't be any appreciable difference in the amount of stormwater created. And of course, with 2 homes, we're not required to put in detention or water quality components.
As I understood it, when you and I talked about this, the actual flow of that water, or the location of this underground, will be moved slightly to the side so that there'll be no residence constructed over the drainage ditch. Okay. I've been out there many times. I did not notice a stream there. Is this a drainage ditch or is it an actual stream?
Well, I'll leave that to the experts, but it looks to me like a drainage ditch.
Yeah, I didn't see any water in it.
It didn't look like a blue water stream.
Okay.
or Blue Line Stream, excuse me.
I don't think it's a stream that flows. I think it's there when the rain comes, it carries water through there, so.
Yeah, I think it's an intermittent type of situation.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Any
Thanks,
other
sir.
questions for Garvis while we have him up here? Okay, I think that'll do it, Garvis, thank you very much. This is in District 2, and this is the district I cover, so I'll lead the discussion on this one. I have met with a couple of the neighbors. I have had many conversations in one meeting with Mr. Sams, and have been to the site on 2 occasions and have walked it. I've taken a look at it, and so I'm very familiar with it. I do appreciate all of the input that we received from ECCA and from Mr. Feltman and from other neighbors that I spoke to. The concerns that were expressed today, plus a few others, all came my way. And Mr. Sams and his applicant were very good to negotiate with us, and they did take care of the vast majority of the requests that came my way that I passed along to him and that you passed along to him. So I appreciate that. I think that was a good negotiation all the way around. I'm ready to make a motion, and there will be a few changes to the STIP letter as we go forward. Any other questions, comments? Okay, Garvis, you can have a seat if you want to, please,
Yes,
sir.
sir, thank you.
I'm going to recommend for Z31 deletion to R12 as staff has recommended for two home sites only, subject to all the staff comments and recommendations, including the zoning department, fire department, stormwater management, water and sewer, Cobb DOT. We're not in conflict with any of the following. The site plan dated March the 30th and received March the 14th. I believe I have those dates right. And the STIP letter from Mr. Sams dated April 28th with the following changes and additions to the STIP letter. And let me get this out where I can focus on both. On stipulation number 5, I agree with the comment that we don't want to see any vinyl utilized on the facade, so we're going to add no vinyl component on the exterior of any of the houses. 6A, Garvis talked about adding 1 representative to the landscape committee from Cagle Road. I totally agree with that, and I want to make that a part of the 6A stipulation. I do like the idea of leaving ECCA on there, and I have talked to them about it. So I'd like to see them left on the committee with a representative from Cagle Road. I have found in the past that they're very helpful in those situations. 6C, I agree that the final landscape plan needs to be approved by the district commissioner. I think that's a good idea as well. Stipulation number 8B, I would like to replace that. Let me pull that up real quick. That has to do with the installation of sidewalk, curb, and gutter. I agree, this is a very rural setting with just a few houses on it, 5 or 6 homes, I think. I don't think curb, gutter, and sidewalk are actually needed there. But I do think paying a fee to Cobb DOT in lieu of that would be appropriate, so I'm going to recommend that we add that. Just delete 8B in its entirety and add a fee to be paid in lieu of sidewalk, curb, and gutter for Cagle Road with the fee to be determined by Cobb DOT. I think that would be appropriate. 8D, let's see what that is. There is a small triangular piece of land, I believe, Mr. Feltman, you own it. It's across the street from his property, and it adjoins this land. I want to be sure we understand that that is his land and that is not to be utilized during construction for any purpose. They can't store anything there, they can't park there, they can't disturb it. So at the end of 8D, I would like to add including that small triangular piece of land located on the northern boundary of this site and belonging to the resident of 671 Cagle Road. Mr. Feltman, is that your correct address? Okay, so let's do that. We don't want that land disturbed at all or utilized. That does belong to Mr. Feltman. 8F has to do with the vehicles and keeping them parked on the site so that we never block Cagle Road. That's something that I heard from every single neighbor. That's very important. We don't want to see construction vehicles, delivery vehicles, and so forth anywhere on Cagle Road during the build-out. But I didn't see vehicles listed, delivery vehicles listed. So to 8F, let's add delivery vehicles as well, maintained on the property. Construction hours, I think Garvis has that covered. That everything that he listed there on the construction hours, I think, was a negotiation with the neighbors. So we appreciate him doing that. And he added or nationally recognized holidays. I think that's appropriate as well. I do not think that it's in with our power to tell these construction crews that they can or cannot work on a high holy day that you are observing. So I'm not going to add that, but I think if they get in here and get this done quickly, it won't interfere with Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah anyway. 12A, I would like to delete in its entirety because that has to do with if this was zoned a different zoning category, but we're going to make this R12, and we don't really need our 12A at all because it's going to be R12 zoning. 12B, I think the front setback started out much shorter than it is now. The neighbors are asking for 40 feet. Garvis mentioned 30. I think a good compromise would be 35. I don't think I can dictate or we can dictate to these folks whether they put a 1-car, 2-car, or 3-car garage on there. I thought the homes were a little bit large to start with. I stated so when I talked to Garvis in his office. They did come down to 4,000 square feet. One of the houses I feel sure will be 2-car garages, a 2-car garage addition. One will probably be a 3, so 35 feet I think is a good compromise for the front setback. I do want to add a reversion clause. Garvis mentioned that. I think we'll make this a new addition, number 15, and simply say if a land disturbance permit is not pulled within 18 months of final BOC approval, the site will revert back to its original zoning classification of R20. I think that's appropriate. One other thing I do want to mention here, we are going to have a situation of sewer tie-in that's going to be challenging. Very likely, that's going to have to be at the very end of Cagle Road, and as Garvis mentioned, that's going to require some extensive negotiation with at least 2 and possibly 3 neighbors down there. So I want to add another stipulation at the very end. I suppose we could call this number 16, and that is that Cagle Road is to remain open even during the sewer tie-in construction phase. That means they're going to have to dig all the way down Cagle Road when they put their sewer line tap-ins or tie-ins in there. So we can't afford to close off Cagle Road. It's the only way these folks have of getting in and out. So let's be sure we leave that open. I believe I've got it covered. That would be my motion. Can we get a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a problem with doing R12. I'd rather do R15 to the plan. One lot is is 15,000, the other one's just a little bit shorter, so I'd rather stay with the R15 since it's R20.
Well, the other one would be about
R15.
13,000, and that's
So-
why we all thought that 12 would
Yeah,
work.
I
Good.
think R15 to the plan would be good.
Okay, anybody else?
You know, during the work session, I said R15, so I would prefer that. I'm not gonna make a big issue out of it, but
Well, we
I
can
think it
do, we
fits
could do
better.
R15. That would mean we have to go back to the stip letter and change that stip that I deleted. We had one stip that I had to delete because we were using R12.
Well, you have
So we'll
enough steps
Have
that
to
could
add that
carry.
back in. I'd rather leave it at R12. I mean, what's the difference? The
No.
2 lots are gonna stay the same either way you do
Yeah.
it. One will stay at 15,000, one
I
will be
like
at 13,000.
I like 15,000.
Well, I think
Since
it
you're
might be
going
a
from
matter
R20.
of precedent in case we see other zonings on the street. And I think to begin with, you know, there's no sewer currently, so they'll be bringing sewer in. This lot is more compatible the way it's configured now with everybody else on the street. So if they're gonna rezone and do something more intense than anyone else on Cagle Road, I think R15 is plenty fine. And I really like the 40-foot setback, to be honest.
I like the 42, and which means then that I don't have a problem really, since we're in discussion phase, doing the 40-foot and then give a variance on the back setback so that he could achieve the 40 feet on the front. So,
Okay, anybody else? I still like R12.
Why
So,
R12?
Why are you
though?
so-
well,
on
it
R12?
just seems to fit the size of the lots,
but it's not, it fits the neighborhood to keep it in the R15.
but it's an R20 neighborhood.
But you want them to go all the way down from R20 to R12.
Yeah.
We're talking about going only to an R15.
We can go R15. We'll have to add back in that one step. We'll have to do that.
I think I'm swayed by going to, going to R15 also.
Okay,
It just seems like it makes more sense, feels better.
okay, all right, I'll go along with that. I'll go along with that then. We'll delete it to R15. We'll have to add back in that one stipulation that acknowledges that.
12A.
Yeah, 12, what was it? 12A, we'll have to add that one back in then. But I still like 35 feet from the front setback, so I'm going to stick with that, and that's going to remain in my motion. Anybody else? Any other discussion? Okay, then we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We had a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing and seeing any. All in favor? Push the button. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Be R15, 35-foot setback. Okay, thank you very much, folks. We are going to go ahead and take our lunch break. We're about 30 minutes late, so we'll be back in 1 hour at 1:30 to continue our cases. Lunch. We're going to jump right back into it. We have several more cases to hear. Mr. Peterson, what is our next case, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z34, E-Rock Development. Request rezoning from R20 to RA5 for the purpose of single-family residential in land lots 54 and 55 of the 20th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Hickory Grove Road, west of Hickory Grove Place, across from Sawney Trail. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z34. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, give
Hope
us your
y'all had
name
a-
and tell
hope
us what
y'all-
you'd like us to know.
My name is Cale Langford, and I'm here representing E-Rock Development on this zoning request. And I was thinking before I started today, we might try to go RSL, but after this morning, we're not. We're gonna stay with the RA5 that we're requesting here, so the subject property, I'm sorry. Subject property is located at 1648 Hickory Grove Road. It's two parcels, and also the second address is 1700 Hickory Grove Road. So this project will be the assemblage of these two combined parcels for a total of 6.3 acre site. The property at 17, both properties are residential properties now with older houses. One of them was remodeled maybe 4 or 5 years ago, the property at 1648, and the property at 1700, the folks have been living there forever. And I think they're trying to sell this property actually to take care of the folks who own the property who are now in nursing homes. So I think that's kind of the situation, and we were able to get the properties under contract. Both are currently zoned R20, but as you know, this area, most of the new properties that have been going in here, the zonings have been, the older zonings were RA4s and RA6s. So now I think the appropriate zoning is RA5. And last year, we brought another property to you that's a little further down on Hickory Grove Road that we're under development on now that was also an RA5. So we feel like this is going to be the appropriate zoning for this area. And I can put the zoning map. Put the zoning map up for you. Our parcel is obviously the one circled in red there, and the lower portion of the map, and you can see that we're bordered directly by an RA4, which is Hickory Station. Then across the road is a RA6, which I think is Hickory Glen. They're part of the Hickory Forest or Hickory Station was an R15, but the majority of our property is going to be surrounded by RA6 and RA4, so that's what we're requesting. This zoning will allow us, and I think you've probably got a copy of the site plan, which I can also put up. This will allow us to have, this zoning will give us 23 detached, single-family homes with on-site detention. And it's a stretch with the minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet, but we can get those lots in there at that lot size. There's probably about maybe 8 of the 23 or 9 of the 23 lots that are right at that 7,000 square feet size, but they do work according to the criteria. The proposed density that we're doing is 3.65 units per acre. I think we're allowed up to 5, but we simply can't get that. So our density is going to be about 3.6, a little over 3.6 units per acre. And we were using standard setbacks, fronts of 20, rears of 30 on the interior, exterior setbacks of 40, and then 15 feet between the structures with 5-foot side setbacks. Access to the neighborhood will be from a public street, one public street coming in with a cul-de-sac. We have allowed for the overflow parking. Mailbox kiosk will be located at one of those overflow parking areas. Likely will be at the end of the cul-de-sac there, the one by the detention pond. As far as utilities go, we're able to get utilities to this site. We've got water along Hickory Grove Road. The sewer will likely come from a manhole across the street on Sawney Trail, and then maybe pop up on lot 17. We'll probably have to bore that road, but we can get the sewer to the site. And then detention is in the northwest end of the neighborhood, and we're able to release that and get that to a head wall across the drainage easement to Hickory Station. So that's how we'll handle stormwater. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about what we're going to try to do in this particular neighborhood. They are small lots, but we don't want to do necessarily low quality, low price houses. So what we're going to try to do is stay with traditional or even traditional or more towards craftsman style homes. And I built a couple of neighborhoods that we developed about 5 plans for, particularly to fit these smaller footprinted lots. Now, what I like to do is build all of these lots. First of all, will probably be monolithic slabs. I don't think we'll have to do basements in this neighborhood, so we'll be able to keep the price range down some, but they're still going to range, I would say, mid 200s to closer to 300, just simply because of development costs and what things cost you nowadays. I got a couple of pictures that I can put up. The first home, I try to do ranch homes wherever possible, because I have learned, as we talked about RSL today, what I have learned is that my customer, when I can build this home, this particular home here is about 2,200 square feet, courtyard entry, and very nice finishings, all hardy plank, some stone accents, covered patio, do a lot of granite, those extra things inside. But what I've learned is, even though I don't do these in an RSL neighborhood, my customers wind up being folks who are 60 years old or 70 years old who are now downsizing, and they want all the features that they had in their 3,000 square foot home. They want it in 2,000 square feet, and it's very hard for them to find that. So this will be our first choice, provided we can get this to fit on the lot, and we'll put ranches on as many lots as we can, because that's such a hard thing to find nowadays. Our second choice, this is from another neighborhood that I built in Cherokee County, and it had a smaller footprint where we were confined to maybe 38 or so feet wide, and so we still had to come up with that square footage. That home's around maybe 2,200, 2,300 square feet, 2-bedroom, but it's a little more craftsman style, the staggered shakes, and we still want to do some masonry work on the front. So this is kind of what we've got in mind for this neighborhood. So we'll have hardy plank exterior finishes, no vinyl siding, some masonry accents on the front, shakes, board and batten, those kind of things mixed in with designer colors. You know, they're very popular today, so there probably won't be very much white trim and that sort of stuff on it. The neighborhood, of course, will have a mandatory HOA with protective covenants. And as I said, the goal will be to build as many ranch plans as we can possibly get there. All the lots will be professionally landscaped. We don't do any seed and straw or anything like that. It'll be all sodded yards, shrubbery, according to whatever the landscaping plan is that we eventually get signed off on. Interior finishes, we try to upgrade those. I've learned that if you just go ahead and put the tile in, the granite in, the undermount sinks, the backsplashes, that you can, it's going to run your price up $10,000 or $12,000, but the customer's not having to go back and do it later, and that way they can afford to paint their house when it comes up and it needs repainted in 5 more years. So these are the things that we have in mind for this neighborhood, and we'd like to ask that you would submit it for approval to the Board of Commissioners. If you have any questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cale. Just for the record, anyone here in opposition to Z34? Okay, not seeing and hearing anyone, it's back to this board. This is also in District 3, and so Ms. Trombetti will handle our discussion.
Okay, thank you. I do have some questions for you. I think from a zoning standpoint and land use standpoint, this fits the area. The staff has recommended approval. There are RA4 and 6 and 5 developments surrounding. I just wanted to confirm, you're not requesting any variances to the, I think it's RA5 standard, or any setback variances or anything?
We're not
you're
requesting any setback variances. I think on the submitted site plan, I think the lot widths were at 60 feet. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's a range of I think that maybe the side yards, they allow for 50 feet. The lot's widths were requested at 60 feet. Other than that, there was no variance, and I think that's on the site plan. There was no variance requested from the setbacks.
Okay, and just to confirm with Mr. Peterson, you all didn't note any setback requests or any variance requests in the analysis. I just wanted to be sure, since it's such a tight site plan.
Commissioner Trombetti, that is correct. And adding on to what Cale said, the lot width for an RA5 is 50 feet on an interior lot and 70 feet on an exterior lot. So all these appear to be access through an interior road.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I like what y'all are doing. I like the house plans or the elevations that you showed. And even though it's not a zoning consideration, I think the house size and style and price point is a good variety, or it's adding to the variety of options available to people in Cobb County. So I really like that. You did not talk about the detention pond in terms of aesthetics, and since it's not clear by the site plan whether or not there will be anything visible from the street or from the homes that back up to it, is this going to be a constructed concrete pond, or are you Do you
Well,
know yet?
to be honest with you, I'm not sure yet. I haven't seen the detail of that detention pond. I don't know that there will be a significant amount of wall on this one. So I don't think there's gonna be something great big sticking up that we've got to landscape around or do something with. But I don't exactly know the details of that detention pond, other than they've got it worked out, the location, and they've got their discharge worked out. Now, which we've got if you look at the area of that, it's huge. So there's a significant area that I think we could get our volume without having something big there. But, until I see that plan, I don't know exactly what that's gonna look like.
Okay. Would you be agreeable to a stipulation that said something like any exposed wall to be faced or stamped or painted? And you can even come up with the language if you want to before the board meeting, but I'd like that to be part of
Sure.
the plan, just so that we don't end up with something unattractive that we didn't anticipate.
Right, no, absolutely, I understand that, and we wouldn't want that either, so.
Okay. And then, as far as the homeowners association, do you have any specific plans for fencing or landscaping along the right-of-way?
You're talking
Or an
about along
entrance sign,
Hickory Grove Road, yeah, I'm sure we're gonna have to put a monument up there and landscape that area, and, there's no amenities in the neighborhood, so, the fees are gonna be pretty low anyway, but it'll take care of all that. Now, we haven't detailed that plan yet either.
Okay. Let me just double check something. Okay. Other than that, let's see. Oh, the minimum square footage, you mentioned one of those homes was about 2,200 square feet. What is the minimum that you've thought of for this location?
Well, we have used many Frank Betts plans, who's in Kennesaw, and I've bought lots of plans and worked with him. And on some of these ranches, I would say nothing would be like, I think the lowest square feet that I've used of any of his was like 1,798. So there's nothing going to be 1,500 square feet. I would say most of them are probably going to be right around 2,000 square feet and up. But if we could get a ranch plan that would fit on there, that would say 1,800 square feet, that's so much better than a two-story, 2,100 square foot house. It just is. It makes.
Would you be willing to stipulate to 1,800 square foot minimum?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think those are my only questions. I appreciate the fact that there are no variance requests, and I think the zoning category fits in to the area. I like the type of home you're trying to build, and I see that you've already made some accommodations for the fire marshal comments because of the distance between homes. So all that will be taken care of at plan review as well. I can make a motion unless there's some other comments.
Can you, by the time you get to the BOC, which is just in a couple of weeks, can you have some more definition about the landscaping, especially on Hickory Grove, and also about the detention screening and fencing?
Yes.
I think it would be good to put together a stipulation letter that confirms the architecture. You described it perfectly, what you're planning to use in terms of materials, but the architecture, the minimum square footage, the aesthetics around the detention pond, and the things that we just discussed. I think we understand what you're trying to do, but if you could get that in writing so it could be adopted along with whatever the board approves, that would be best.
The BOC is going to love it if you have a stip letter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. And actually, I wouldn't mind it being on consent as long as you could get your letter in early enough for the staff to include it in the motion and for everybody to have had an opportunity to see the stipulation letter.
Okay.
A week ahead?
If he can get it to us in the next week, that'd be great.
So let's say
The
what, by
11th.
10th, next
10th.
Tuesday? Great.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Z35. I'm sorry, ooh, this is not Z35. What is this? Oh, we were out of order, I'm sorry. Z35 was not the one, okay. Got all my stuff mixed up. Okay, Z34, subject to all staff comments and recommendations. Also with the additional minimum house size of 1,800 square feet. Architecture as presented in the photographs, hardy plank, brick and stacked stone accents, no vinyl. Let's see. And that would be my motion. I'm just adding a note that a stipulation letter is expected to be provided within the next week.
Facing on the brick or sand.
Yes, I think, rather than try to read all that into a stipulation, our understanding is that that will be part of what's presented to the board. So I'm recommending approval, but I do want to put that minimum house size on there, because that's quantitative.
I'm sure if you need help figuring out what goes in a stip letter, you heard these attorneys before you talk about their 30-point, 40-point stipulation letters. You don't need to do that. But if you need help with that, I'm sure Christie would be glad to give you some suggestions over the telephone.
It's really just the details you shared
Yeah.
with us today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing and seeing any, call for the vote.
And I'd like to add that this could be on the consent agenda.
Add to the
for
consent
board.
agenda, okay. Second okay with that, I'm sure. Okay. Okay, Kel, good luck with you. Okay, what is next, John? Let's don't do 35 again.
I'm still on that page.
Rezoning case Z36, Blake Properties, Inc., request a rezoning from R20 to R15 OSC for the purpose of a subdivision in land lots 342, 343, 379 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Knight Road, south of Blackwell Road. The applicant and applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z36? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there are 14 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Yes,
Whenever
good
you're
morning,
ready.
Mr. Chairman and good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. For the record, my name is David Meyer of DGM Land Planning Consultants. I'm representing Mr. Bruce Goodman of Blake Properties for the application of request Z36. Mr. Goodman is also present to help to answer and respond to any questions you may have. Our subject property is located in East Cobb on Knight Road, just south of Blackwell Road. And as you've already seen in your package prepared by the Cobb County staff, our request is for an R20 OSC plan on a 13-acre parcel that is already zoned R20. So technically, this is not a rezoning, as you know, it's more of an overlay request. As you recall, our original application was for an R15 OSC, 23-lot subdivision. And after meeting last month with Ms. Trombetti and Commissioner Burrell, and at their request, we've replaced that plan with this current R20 OSC request. On the Cobb County Land Use Plan, our subject is within the LDR, low-density residential classification, which of course is 1 to 2.5 units to the acre. So our request is certainly compatible in that respect. We're also surrounded on all sides by LDR as per the land use plan. Our current zoning is R20, and as you can see in the Cobb County map, the parcel to the south is zoned R80, but the remaining portion of our property is surrounded by a sea of R20 and even some R15 to our eastern border. So we feel this property is a prime candidate for the OSC overlay, primarily for the reasons of extreme topography. And it may be a little hard to view it on the overhead map, but the western portion of our property has gently sloping topography. Everything ultimately slopes back to the east toward Rubes Creek. The extreme topography, as you can see a little bit better there, starts about 3/4 of the way back and continues on down to Rubes Creek, which some of those slopes exceed 25%. In utilizing the OSC, we've clustered our lots on the gentler topography, or the higher ground, if you will, on the western portion of our site, leaving the slopes of 25% or greater to be permanently protected in open space. So as you know, to qualify for an R20 OSC design, you're required to provide 35% open space. At 5.42 acres, we're actually providing 42% open space. To qualify for a density bonus under R20 OSC, we're required to provide 38% open space. Again, we provided 42% or 5.42 acres, okay? The density bonus under R20 OSC allows up to 1.92 acres. We're asking for a density of 1.88 units per acre. And referring to densities, in fact, I did not even have this information when I came in here this morning. I always felt confident that we're within compatibility of the surrounding densities and land use. But this was straight from your professional staff, that some of the actual surrounding densities of some of the surrounding neighborhoods. We have Stockton's Mill Unit 4, zoned R20 at 1.85 units to the acre. We have Ebenezer Farm, Units 3 and 4, also zoned R20 at 1.89 units to the acre. We have Ebenezer Farm, Unit 2, zoned R15 at 2.14 units to the acre. And Churchill Falls, Unit 5A, zoned R15 as well at 2.17 units per acre. So we're completely within, if not below, the surrounding densities. As you may have seen on the accompanying straight R20 layout, which is projected on the screen right now. Yes, sir. Okay, perfect. On the accompanying straight R20 layout, we're showing 20 lots. This plan, of course, is a tool to be used in evaluating the possible development, showing what is possibility under its current existing underlaying or overlaying zoning category, if you will. Sometimes it yields a few more lots than we're actually requesting, sometimes a few less, but generally it's to be used as a guideline in evaluating the OSC plan. So when all is said and done, we've followed the staff's recommendations. We've heeded the advice of Ms. Trombetti as well as Commissioner Burrell. And at the end of the day, we're asking for a bonus of a single unit to 21 lots. Mr. Goodman hosted a meeting with about 12 of the surrounding nearby homeowners and property owners and surrounding property owners last Thursday evening at the Mountain View Community Center. And we are very appreciative of all in attendance, and we feel like the meeting was helpful in answering questions and some of the concerns that were raised. Namely, a couple that we were able to address, and that was providing a landscaped entrance and planting along the entire frontage of Knight Road, which we're agreeable to, providing a 35-foot undisturbed buffer in perpetuity along the northern border. We've also increased the depth of these lots to 150 feet since our original submittal, our 15 OSC submittal. Also making sure the stormwater management area is fenced and screened with evergreen planting, as you referred to in the last application, to soften or even camouflage it as well as possible. We've reviewed each of the staff comments that were sent to us yesterday based on our revised site plan, and we're agreeable to each of these stipulations. One small thing to point out, however, on the letter, and I believe it was simply a typo, it stated that we were requesting 15 feet between houses. That was on our original application. That has actually been changed to 20 feet between houses, and that's reflected on our current site plan, which is dated April 30th. So in conclusion, we feel that this R20 OSC overlay is certainly reasonable, will be an asset to the East Cobb neighborhood, and most importantly, it meets the spirit and intention of the OSC ordinance. I had the unique position of being able to serve on the OSC committee about 13 years ago. I guess it was 2003. I think Christie was there as well. And it was interesting. We hammered out a lot of the different issues of open space, clustering lots, and with a good wide variety of engineers, professionals, and elected people in elected positions on the board. One of the key elements of the OSC is really quite simple. You're taking the developable area and clustering the lots and the units on that portion, preserving the valuable and sensitive areas of the site. So we feel like we've certainly done that in keeping with exactly what the ordinance is asking for. Again, I thank your professional staff, all of you, for assisting us and in answering the questions relating to this application. And we respectfully ask for your approval. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, David. Let's go ahead and hear from the opposition at this time. Come on up. Just give us your name.
Thank you. I'm Steve Bailey. I live on Knight Road, and I was asked on behalf of a lot of the surrounding immediate neighbors to speak on their behalf. A lot was here earlier today and could not stay. I do have a petition signed. They run out of paper. There's 40 names on here, if I could leave that with you. In regard to the zoning, all of the surrounding neighbors directly affected up our road is in opposition to changing from an R20, a true R20, to the OSC. And the problem, and I'm reading this from the official code of Cobb County, the OSC, and part of the verbiage says, it is not the intent of this overlay to increase overall development densities, which is what they're doing. And basically, because it's difficult to develop the backside of the property, they're trying to go for this zoning, and they're going to be cluster homes, and no one wants this. There's only about 26 or 27 houses on our road. They're going to put nearly that many on the two lots, or one's not even really a lot, where two homes exist. And doing so through the OSC portion of zoning. Also, through the OSC definition, it also says it is the intent of the overlay to encourage design flexibility development that is complementary to surrounding existing neighborhoods. This is not doing it. So, according to this code, the OSC code, this goes against what the intent of the code was. All we're asking is that it's going to impact, we know about that. It's going to impact the traffic and so on and so forth. But the main thing, we're asking that it remain a true R20. And if they go ahead and they already have this secondary, they've already done an overlay where they can do homes on an R20 plan, a real R20. So it's there. We ask that that you hold them to a true R20, and that if you do, please take into consideration regarding the surrounding neighbors, that they put in a 35-foot buffer on the sides and rear, and that buffer needs to be designed to where it's there permanent, never to be built on. If somebody moves in and cuts trees and puts up fences with dogs, it's of no use. So we're looking for a 35-foot buffer that you could, if they want to make that part of the green space, that's what we would like to see. I think someone else will address the detention pond, but the same thing, if they put one in, it needs to be decorative, stone, brick, black fence rather than the concrete and chain link. So as far as behalf of the neighbors, we're just asking to keep this a true R20 as the intent is listed in the Cobb County definition of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Next speaker, please.
My name is Mike Anderson, and I live on Knight Lane, which is just off of Knight Road. It's currently the only road that's off of Knight Road. We have 6 houses on our road, and all the houses, for the most part, are 1.5 to 2 3-acre lots. Knight Road and Knight Lane have a very rural feel to them, and as the previous gentleman said, there's about, I think there's like 33 lots on parcels on Knight Road. About 26 of them have houses. There's 1 empty lot on Knight Lane with 6 houses. We understand that if this subdivision was developed, it would be a 50 to 60% increase in the number of houses on those roads, a 50 to 60% increase. And it's going to be at least that much in traffic. Right now, all the parcels oh, there it is. This triangle right here, this is Knight Road.
Cornelius, hand him the mic.
This is Knight Road right here, and the subdivision in question is going to be about right here. This is Blackwell, and this is Ebenezer. Knight Lane runs right here. But this whole area of this triangle and and all of the houses on both sides of Knight Road are R20. The only exception is Hampton Oaks, which is R20 open space, which is back up in about right here. We would like that's a very incredible road if you've ever driven down Knight Road and drive up that hill with all the oak trees and everything hanging over it. You feel like you're out in the country, and we would like to protect that area by having it stay R20.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Pamela Sharp. I had no idea I was going to be here all day and certainly didn't anticipate speaking in front of you good folks today. But I own a house in Stockton's Mill subdivision, which backs up to this potential development. I purchased my house 23 years ago. The lot sizes are nice and large, and we backed up to a lot of undeveloped land. I can't tell you how many times over the course of the last 23 years, visitors to my home have commented on the natural backdrop and the beauty of it. And so again, I apologize for not being prepared, but I have a couple snapshots on my phone, and I just want to show you all what we're talking about here. I don't know if this is going to come. I don't know if these are going to come across very well, but it's heavily wooded. There are deer, there are red fox, raccoons, everything. Not going to come across. Okay. I just want to make sure, I know development's coming. I'm not opposing the development. I'm just wanting to make sure it goes with the rest of the area, that it's not large houses on small lots. And since, of course, I back up to them, I'm concerned about what the backside's going to look like. You know, the front's going to look good, the inside's going to look good because that's what's selling these homes. But what's the back going to look like? What's our view going to change to after 23 years? I just want to preserve the integrity of the area and ask that you guys do the same. I know that the developers are talking about how much land they've left open. I don't fully understand all the bonuses and things they were discussing with you, but I do know that Rubes Creek runs through there. There's also a drainage area that runs down through this developed the property they're wanting to develop, and there's a floodplain. So a lot of the area that they're speaking of not developing has a lot to do with the fact that how hard it would be to develop it and restrictions against developing in those areas. So I just want to point out that, a lot of that's really not, in my opinion, developable. Some of it's even across the creek from their property, adjacent to mine, and there is no road access to that for these folks. They would have to come across my property to get to a lot of theirs, across the creek is what I'm saying. So I don't know if that helps paint a picture of it or not, but heavily wooded and beautiful, and I just want to try to preserve the integrity and not let huge houses go on small lots up at the top.
Thank you, Pamela. Next speaker, please. Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, give us your name.
Hi, my name is Blake Adams. I'm also in the Stockton's Mill neighborhood with Pam. And actually, Rubes Creek runs past her house, past at least 2 more houses, and then to mine. You can see my lot there on the picture. It's the one that's at the end of that cul-de-sac there, and it's a big triangle. So, next one up, that one right there. Yep, that's my lot. And that's my lot. Right across from there, according to the plans that we've seen, is going to be the storm water detention pond, I think is what it's called. And right now, I did send an email to you, Commissioner Trombetti, and I gave you my iPhone panoramic picture of my back porch. And off of that right now, it's nothing but green and woods, diagonally from all of my neighbors, all the way across mine, all the way to the horse farm down on the far end. It's just nothing but just gorgeous natural landscape. And if you look down, you see Rubes Creek, which flows year-round. It's an amazing natural habitat. In my 16 years of being there, we have seen Rubes Creek flood one time. It crested, and it's about probably 10 to 12 feet deep and 20 feet across, right in the back of my property. And like I said, in all the storms and weather that we've had one time where I've seen it crest. So I definitely have a concern about, making sure that all of this drainage is taken care of appropriately with all the development that's going to be happening. I understand that, as Pam said, that development is going to happen. Obviously, the other big concern for me is the aesthetics. Making sure that, whatever can be done to preserve as much of the wooded area across the creek from me, the trees and so forth, that they don't just go in there and bulldoze everything and then just, stick a few, as they said, evergreens in their place. I mean, there's definitely some old wood back there and big trees. And I'd like to see as much of that kept as possible. And then obviously, once the site is developed, and they put the detention pond in, that it be done, in a nice way that's, if it is viewable from anywhere, that it has nice aesthetics to it. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Blake, very much. We're completely out of time. I think we've heard what we need to hear. This is also in District 3, so Ms. Trombetti will lead our discussion on this one as well.
Thank you. Before I start, can I pass this around? I'd like for Cornelius to put it on the screen for us, please. It's the, and I'll probably ask Mr. Meyer to come up and talk about it too. It's the straight R20 plan. It shows what the property would look like with a regular R20 zoning on it. And I'll get to that, but the property is already zoned R20, and we've heard, from the community about that. And Knight Road, I am familiar with Knight Road and that area, of course, and it's true when you're driving down, it doesn't feel like an R20 road, because R20 is really, 1.75 to 2 units an acre, but most of the properties on that road and on Knight Lane, of course, even though they're zoned R20, their lots are actually larger than that. So I think that's something to make sure that we understand, being zoned R20 might allow more than what's actually on the ground right now. So it's unfortunate because it does feel very rural and out in the country, and it's dark and there's trees. But this property too is currently zoned R20, and what they're asking for is the open space overlay. So I want to ask first, Mr. Peterson, I know you've seen this plan. Does it look like an R20 plan that might make it through plan review in your opinion? I know it meets all the minimum criteria.
It does appear to meet the criteria, so we would definitely give it a permit, the plan review.
Okay. And that's one of the things, when we first got this application for R15 OSC, and Mr. Goodman called, I was like, this just doesn't look like it fits the area. Because the lots were small and there were more homes and everything. And then we started talking about the current zoning, and Mr. Meyer was able to show us what they could get currently. But I wanted to ask you, David, to walk us through this just a little bit, because it shows 20 lots, and maybe you can describe what it would take to get lots 9, 10, and 11 in here. I know it would be challenging, but you can help us visualize what that would look like.
Certainly. Thank you, Christy. As you pointed out, this is what I've always referred to as a straight plan, which is the actual zoning as opposed to the OSC, or a grid plan, if you will. It's a tool that's used to evaluate the rezoning. It's not necessarily a pretty plan. It's not what I would like to see, and hopefully not what most people would like to see, but there's a reason for it, and that's to prove what could possibly go on this property. The specific lots you were talking about, lots 9, 10, and 11, would be difficult lots to build. They'd be very steep lots. It is true that we have the right-of-way going very close, all the way back, not to the buffer. We've got enough room to get a 2-to-1 slope in there. But those lots would have a buildable area, which would be clear of the buffer and the floodplain. One of the things I wanted to point out about having a plan of this nature is, as Miss Pamela was pointing out, having control over what goes on in the backing up to her property. Under a plan like this, it is true, she's correct, we cannot build within the stream buffers or within the floodplain. That is correct. But the difference is this. Under a plan like this, the homeowner of lots 9, 10, and 11 can, in fact, go back to the creek. They can put debris back there. Storage is very, very difficult, if not impossible, to patrol that. Under the OSC, all of that space becomes saved in a protected covenants association. The homeowners know that. It's pointed out up front. Other than walking trails and just enjoying it as open space, it's permanently protected. And that allows, as the gentleman was pointing out, to still have as nice of a view as possible. Much, much better of a view than would happen under a straight development such as the one shown.
Would your stormwater management area be basically the same under either plan? It looks like it's in the same location.
It is.
So
It is. And
that
again,
would be the same.
That's correct. It's not been engineered yet, but we have a general idea of the location is the same and the size is roughly the same as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, those were the only questions I had about the R20 plan. I may have some others later, but I wanted you to show us that because I think it's important.
Okay,
Thank you. So with OSC applications, we always have the same discussions because it is a trade-off. The purpose of the OSC ordinance is to set aside sensitive property and green space. Usually it's something like this where there's water feature or some steep slopes or heavily wooded area. But in order to set that aside, the idea is that you take all the development and put it on another piece of the property. So that results in smaller lots, which becomes, a point of contention or maybe confusion and sometimes can't quite fit into the area. So we have this discussion around every OSC application, and we just have to look at them individually. But this one, like I said before, came in originally as an R15 request, which we immediately thought was a little aggressive. And I'm glad that they were able to take that down to an R20 OSC. And in terms of density, the density yield on the plan that we're being asked to approve is 1.88 units per acre, which is in keeping with an R20 plan. Again, some of the other R20 developments or home sites on Knight Road are much larger than that, but they're still zoned the same. So 1.88 units per acre is really not out of keeping for the density in the area. Stockton's Mill is 1.85. Ebenezer Farm is 2.1 units an acre. That's an R15 development. So again, I appreciate the character of Knight Road, and I understand, how it is today, but the property that we're looking at is currently zoned R20, and that's what this R20 plan that we were just talking about is what it would look like if it were developed at R20, quite possibly. The other thing about that is they don't need our approval or the Board of Commissioners to vote on an R20 plan because it's already zoned for that. So, if we deny this application, then if they want to, they can certainly just start with the plan review process and go ahead and build out at R20, which would be this plan that we have in front of us, quite possibly. So either option may not be what we'd all really love to see in an ideal world, but the reality is I think the OSC solution or option is much better for this property, given the slopes in the back and the stream, Rubes Creek, some of the things that the Stockton's Mill homeowners pointed out in terms of, the water and the potential for flooding and the views that they have would be much better served by an OSC plan, by the OSC plan that we're looking at. The stipulation letter that's been provided commits to screening the stormwater management area. There's language about landscaping and screening that. There's also a requirement in the OSC ordinance for a buffer, or not a buffer, but for some notice to be given to the people who buy in the neighborhood, that they have to understand that they are not allowed to disturb that area that's been set aside and it's in a conservation easement. Also, in the stipulation letter, the applicant has agreed to an increased rear setback of 35 feet, which is more in keeping with what a standard R20 or an R15 neighborhood would have. They're not offering to buffer the homes along the north or the south specifically, but there would be no buffer requirement at R15 or R20 either, so that's not really a loss either way. They've also committed to landscaping along Knight Road to try to increase the visual appeal and screen somewhat the presence of all these new homes on the property. So a lot of the stipulations that they've agreed to are over and above what the county development standards would require. And I think overall, while, like I said, it's something new coming into an area that's hasn't seen any new development as recent, and has some bigger lots. I think the option of a straight R20 versus an R20 OSC, given those two choices, I think the OSC plan is superior, and it gives us a chance to put stipulations that we wouldn't normally be able to get. So I can make a motion unless there's some other comments.
Anyone else? Comments, questions? Okay, go ahead, Chris. Skip.
I just have one question. Do we know what the minimum lot size is in this, in the OSC plan?
It's, the smallest lot is 8,500 square feet, it looks like.
Okay.
The largest is almost 16,000 square feet.
Okay. And I would just comment that, having dealt with a number of OSC plans, and that's how I got into this, I think I really like 42% open space, and they're not, and they're only getting one additional unit for the bonus. I mean, I think this is a great plan.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we approve Z36 subject to the site plan dated April 29th, 2016. Also subject to the stipulation letter dated May 2nd, 2016. All staff comments and recommendations, including the revised comments from the planning division dated May 2nd, 2016.
Okay, and this is for R20 OSC.
R20
R20
OSC.
OSC for 21 sites.
Subject to the site plan.
Site plan.
It's
Okay,
21.
got you. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please register your vote. Okay, thank you very much, folks. Good luck, David and Bruce. What's next, John?
Rezoning case Z39, Beverly J. Searles Foundation Incorporated, request rezoning from PSC and NRC to RSL supportive for the purpose of senior living supportive in land lots 1,000 and 1,001 of the 19th district. The property is located at the northwest corner of Floyd Road and Wisteria Drive and on the east side of Floyd Drive. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Surprised no one stayed around for, after the Columbia case to just oppose this out of principle.
What, another RSL? Parks. Go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Park Suffolk of the law firm of Sam's Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent the Beverly Searles Foundation in relation to this rezoning application. If I can get the aerial showing the subject property, this is a piece of property on Floyd Road, just south of the Silver Comet Trail. I think you might remember a case that you've had once, twice, maybe 10 times. The Nature Supply Store is located across the street from this. So that hopefully keys you into where we're talking about. And it's a piece of property that's got it's 3-acre tract, currently zoned NRC and PSC, and it currently has a car wash, the Bel Air Car Wash, also has a car repair facility and a little restaurant space, and some additional vacant land that is ripe for development, for further development of the parcel. It's for sale, and my client, Beverly Searles Foundation, proposes an RSL supportive community of 104 lots. This is a case that we worked very hard in the last month. We met with the Concord Trails townhome community, which is located just to the west of the subject property. It is not built out, and so they are very interested in what happens around them. They're waiting on a developer to finish building out that community. And we had a meeting in one of their homes and had a great meeting to be able to share with them the plan. We also have worked closely with Mapleton Improvement Coalition. Ms. Meyer is here representing them. And at their suggestion, we put notices on the property and sent notices to everyone within a radius of the property and had a community meeting at the Concord Baptist Church, which is located just to the south of the subject property. So we have done tremendous amount of community outreach to make sure everyone knew about the proposal because it is a little different. And I think what speaks volumes is the fact that no one is here after speaking to probably 100 people about the proposal. And they are very excited about this coming to the area. It's taking out some underutilized commercial properties. It's close to the Silver Comet Trail. It's got great access to the hospital. And the area is, and the community affirmed this to us. I mean, the area has an aging population. If you look around there, it's largely 1970s ranch-style homes on half-acre lots. And really, quite frankly, when we had the community meeting, we were also sending out a sign-up sheet because they were all wanting to know how quickly we can get it built. And we, of course, were smart enough to get their names and contact information. We will be getting back with them. But in all seriousness, I mean, they are to the point where they need a place to move to that provides a community for them and a safe place to live, and not a large home and a large lot that they can't maintain by themselves. And I have a letter dated May 2nd, which details a whole list of stipulations that we committed to when we met with the community. This is an exceptional facility. If I can get a showing the front of the building, or let's do the landscape plan, I'm sorry. This is an overview of the property with the landscape plan overlaid. Initially, we had 3 stories throughout the whole lot. And if you look at your staff analysis, it shows the old site plan, and it pushed the building further west, again, adjacent to the Concord Trails community. But what we were able to do is tuck a basement, a daylight basement, and put some of our units underneath. So the back is 4 stories, the front is 3. The overall visual effect for the community is, quite frankly, much better. Because the height really hasn't changed. We've just been able to take advantage of a fall, put the additional story underneath the building. But what that does is get right to what the Beverly Searles Foundation is passionate about, is creating a community that is for active adults. And this shows the landscaping plan. And again, it's detailed in my STIP letter. But outside activities include a koi pond, a garden. Every one of their facilities, one of the things that they did a while ago is provide a garden area, and they didn't think it would work, but it is hugely successful. And they have garden clubs that meet inside in community rooms, but then they have their garden that they work outside. They have an outdoor grill, outdoor covered pavilion, a little putting green, and then have heavily landscaped throughout. So by taking advantage of the fall of the property, getting that daylight basement to pick up the units, we were able to come up with this great site plan. Go to the next slide. You can see the architecture, and again, we showed this to the community, and having the quality materials. They all were very, very glad to know that each one of them had the outdoor patio area. That was something the community actually, very much wanted to make sure we were including in it. And the walking trails connect to the sidewalks. We will be completing the sidewalks throughout. There's a fountain close by that connects to Silver Comet Trail. It is a great location for RSL. So we're just all excited about it. And after meeting with the community multiple times, I think that with this detailed stipulation letter, we ask that you recommend approval of this application to the Board of Commissioners, and even consider putting it on the consent agenda.
Gosh, you have so much time left. I don't know what to do with myself. You did good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. I thought you were like saying wrap it up because
You're only going to rent. You're going to rent to small people.
Yeah, the ratio doesn't quite work. I don't know exactly what it is. What I hate is when I do a convenience store, they always seem to put a Prius on as an example of a car in the parking lot.
Okay, let's get back on track here. Just for the record, so we have a firm record of this. Anybody opposed to Z39? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this group. This is in district. I'm sorry.
And I do have David Russell with Beverly Searles Foundation.
Does David wish to speak?
No, he does not, but he is here with
I saw
Beverly
your picture
Searles
on the
and-
internet. I did check out Beverly Searles, and just so everyone will, I'm out of turn here, but this is what they do. They build senior housing. Okay, no opposition. It's back to this board. This is in District 4. Mr. Porter, you want to lead our discussion,
Okay,
please?
thank you, Mike. This is very exciting. I think it's a great development coming to a community where it's well needed. I have had nothing but positive remarks from people. I mean, people had some questions, but they weren't negative questions. They just wanted to know about it. I think it's an opportunity to take a section of Floyd Road that has some older retail that's in commercial, I shouldn't say retail, that's been struggling somewhat, and make it more residential, which is a desire of the community. So, this is a perfect, redevelopment of a property. And I think we can see it by the lack of any opposition. you know, most of our RSLs or somebody here opposing them. So I think that's really good. I don't really have any questions. We've gone over everything. We met, I think, before this was filed and started dealing with it there. And I don't think there's any questions. I do want to thank Mr. Russell for taking so much time to meet with the community and work through everything in advance so that we don't have the opposition here and everybody's on board. If anybody has any comments, otherwise I'll make a motion.
Comments, questions? I did cut myself short here. I did go on the internet and check out Beverly Searles Foundation. This is really what they do. They build senior housing, very nice upscale senior housing. There's several developments in the Atlanta area. You're welcome to check them out online. But we're thrilled to have you in Cobb County, and we wish you luck on this. Okay, go ahead, Colin.
Regarding Z29, I make a motion to recommend approval, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received May 2nd, 2016 with stipulation letter. All stipulations in the letter from Parks F. Huff dated May 2nd, 2016, not otherwise in conflict. And I just want to make sure that that we are approving the variances mentioned in the stipulation letter as well, and I'd recommend this for the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, also to add to the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please register your vote. Okay, thank you very much. John?
Okay, moving into land use permits. LUP 8, Rinaldo Bessa, request a land use permit for the purpose of a hair salon in land lot A72 of the 17th district. Property is located on the west side of Terrell Mill Road and on the north side of Forest Lane. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 8, Rinaldo Bessa? Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 8? Five. Let
How
the record
many?
show there's 5 people here opposed, Mr. Chairman.
I think we should go ahead and hear this case, even though Mr. Bessa's not here. He's had ample time. I have been in touch with him, and he knew this was the hearing date. So why don't you go ahead? Let's go ahead and hear this case, if that's okay with everyone.
Okay, those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go right ahead.
My name is Sherry George. I'm president of Terrell Mill Community Association. And I'm here to ask that y'all deny the LUP 8 for the following reasons. The most important one is back in December of 2012, LUP 27 was denied. Nothing has changed except this time he wasn't asking for a sign, and he just said it was just going to be them as the haircut or no employees. But your staff said last time that they believe it was too intense for this residential area. They're concerned that this business is a full-time operation with the potential to intensify if approved, and could encourage additional requests along Terrell Mill Road. This property is zoned R20. And the current use plan and the future land plan for this property and surrounding properties does not include any businesses. It is also, the property is included in the Powers Ferry Master Plan, which also backs up the current land use plan and future land plan. The Cobb County rules for home business has 8 to 12 reasons not to have a business, and number 8 says no clients or customers are allowed on premises. So that's why we would like to ask for denial, and including Terra Mill Community Association. We've worked many years with the homeowners' businesses to improve our area. And we feel if this application was approved, that we would be stepping backwards. And so we just really hope that you see your staff, which they do, recommend denial for LUP 8 as they did back in 2012. But we'd really appreciate if you would deny them this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Gwen Spence. I live at 1428 Forest Lane. The first thing I have for you is signatures. 25 of us 26 who signed are opposed to having a salon at the entrance to Forest Lane. Give those to you. I have 3 main objections to having the salon. One of your criteria for evaluating applications like this is deciding whether the zoning proposal will permit a use that is suitable for the use and development of adjacent and nearby property. Perhaps a gentleman with the pointer near the wall, could he point on the map to the streets I'm mentioning? Does he have the pointer?
You're talking about this map right here?
Yeah.
He has it.
Hi, could you help me with that?
What are you trying to point to?
Okay. On the north side of Terrell Mill, running from Terrell Mill Village Shopping Center near Powers Ferry, down the hill past Salem Ridge, past Forest Lane, down the hill past apartment buildings, almost all the way to the I-75 bridge. All along that corridor, that is along the north side of Terrell Mill, there are only houses, apartments, and condos. The same description would apply to the uninterrupted continuity along the south side of Terrell Mill. Across from Mr. Bess's property are woods and a tennis court. Therefore, our residential continuity would be disrupted by allowing a hair salon along those stretches of land. My second concern is the changing conditions in our area. I believe that's one of your criteria in evaluating land use permits. I can cite at least 6 changing conditions in our area. Thank you. At the intersection of Terrell Mill and Powers Ferry, we have the construction of new townhomes called Ivy Crest. Once those are completed, those residents will add to the traffic on Terrell Mill. Then, as advertised in the Marietta Daily Journal on Sunday, March 20th, there's going to be a new 12-home subdivision planned off Powers Ferry Road, north of Delk Road. We have 2 Cobb County schools that are going to be relocated, Brumby Elementary and the middle school. Then, of course, there's the reversible lane project. I think that's a biggie. As written in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, several arterial roads that provide access to the I-75 toll lanes will become more congested than they would have been if nothing were built. Increased traffic volume is projected for Terrell Mill Road. Terrell Mill will be the new exit off of the reversible lane project. Just imagine the hundreds of cars that will be spilling onto Terrell Mill, going right past that salon. My third concern has to do with the copy of Mr. Bess's, the remarks of the zoning department regarding Mr. Bess's application. Mr. Bessa wrote on page 4 that he can provide off-street parking. Page 7 of the zoning report is a photocopy of Mr. Bessa's application, where Mr. Bessa was asked, where do clients, customers, or employees park? He checked only the driveway portion, not the street, no other location, but only in his driveway. Those answers seem to be compatible, off-street parking or driveway. But now I raise the question as to why there is a new pile of large logs in Mr. Bessa's backyard. It is as if he may have recently decided to mark off a parking lot in his backyard. I may be wrong about this, but if he is planning a parking lot in his backyard, he did not indicate that in his application paperwork. I think I better stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Gwen. Anybody else wishing to speak? Come on up, you have about a minute left.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman
Your
and the
name?
board.
What's your name?
Linda Morris.
Okay,
I happen to be a homeowner in Salem Ridge, and I have owned property in this area for over 25 years now. And I'm speaking for our community as well. And our biggest concern right now is this the new norm of Cobb County? Are you going to start adding beauty shops to residential areas? You know, if you start it here, where else is it going to go? And so we don't think we should be the first area where we're going to have a beauty shop in our neighborhood. And then one of the things you have to consider when you're making zoning is how are the citizens going to benefit from this new land use, which is against the land plan that we currently have in effect. So let's look at one thing about a benefit. Is it going to help our traffic in the area? I don't think adding more people in and out of one little residential house is going to help the community. Right now, we have coming off this area on Terrell Mill, we have Salem Ridge, we have the beauty parlor at 1540 Terrell Mill, we have the Forest Lake subdivision and Bentley Road, all on one side of Terrell Mill within feet, just a few feet of each other. Now, all this traffic is trying to turn left and right. It is a mess. And adding more to this mess is just going to be another nightmare. So, we don't see that this is even going to add any benefit. Research information has shown us that traffic jams boarding neighborhoods have proven to lower property values, and our property value will continue to drop. Number two, we need to learn look at the way that this property is going to transition into a residential community. Where are the barriers? There are no barriers. And what's going to happen? If somebody comes and has a problem in the beauty shop and robs the beauty shop because commercial property brings crime, where are they going to go? They're going to run in our neighborhood. They're going to hide from the cops in my backyard. We do not want this type of adverse behavior in our neighborhood. And the number three, how are we going to regulate it? We have someone already now who owns a piece of property that's an eyesore. I don't know if you have an eyesore in your neighborhood, but eyesores bring down property values. That was mentioned in the Atlanta Journal paper on 4/17 that shows that an eyesore in your neighborhood brings your property value down by 5%. We already have accepted decline in our neighborhood because of some of the adverse things that happened. But thanks to the board, we appreciate you. You're building new schools for us. We thank you. You've torn down terrible apartments that brought crime to our area. We thank you. Now, we're asking you, don't set a new norm. Do a denial for this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. This is in District 2, and that's my district, so I'll lead the discussion on this. I don't think we need to talk at length about this one because frankly, I can't find any reason to support this for all the reasons that have been stated here. This site was in 2 years ago. It was rejected. Nothing has changed since then. In fact, if anything, I think the site is worse. It's overgrown. It's unkept. There is no parking. Having cars come and go from this site would create a hazard. I do think that it would have an impact on the property values that could not be good. And so I really can't support this. Further, in checking just public records, I think there are already at least 3 and possibly 4 businesses operating from this site. If you go in and check, which I did, at the suggestion, in fact, of one of the ladies that just spoke here today, I found 4 of the businesses all registered to this address and with this fellow, Mr. Bessa, as the CEO. And I don't know whether he has all of his correct permits and licenses, but I don't think I want to give him another one, especially in this area, which it would be totally incompatible with a residential neighborhood. So my recommendation is for denial of LUP 8. Can I get a second? Any further discussion? All in favor, register your vote. So he is denied. Thank you very much. Thank you, folks, for coming. John, what's next?
Yes, sir. LUP 9, Jessica Hollis Joyner requests a land use permit for the purpose of an in-home hair salon in land lot 270 of the 20th District.
Jessica,
Property's
your
located-
timing is terrible.
Property is located at the northwest corner of Evian Drive and Hadaway Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 9? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Well, I wish I would have gone before them, but,
No, you're fine. Every case stands on its own merits. I just leaned over and whispered to Skip. We do approve land use permits for hair salons and many other in-home uses if certain conditions exist.
okay.
They just
hopefully I'll
didn't
meet
for that
those.
one. So you go ahead with your case.
Okay.
Give us your name again.
Jessica Joyner.
Okay, Jessica, go ahead.
I know that y'all recommended denial, but I'm hoping that you change your mind. Number one, this isn't a permanent thing for me. I'm a working mom, so hopefully y'all will support those. I have some pictures. I've added a separate entrance and a half bath since, well, let me find this. Well, first off, my HOA did approve, as long as you guys approved for me to have this. But, here's the picture. So I've added a pathway to the side, and we enclosed our screen-in porch, which, once my kids grow up, or go to kindergarten, I would like to make a playroom, but for now, if you approve it, I will work from there. And that's where's my, sorry. I'm not used to speaking in front of groups of people. But as you see, this is the side entrance, and the addition, which was also permitted, is a half bath. So no one would have to enter my home. They could just go around the side and do that. And then here is my survey that shows, is this thing on? Okay. I'll use the pointer. Okay. Just so you can see, if I can find it. This is my driveway, which is big enough for my clients' cars to fit in. The walkway is here to the back. And then this is the addition that we added onto this existing space, which is the half bath. And then that's the step, concrete thing. So, and I'm also the first house in the neighborhood, so there won't be traffic driving through the neighborhood. And I'm only planning on working 2, maybe 3 days, and it's only like 4 to 5 hours at a time. Oh, and as Mr. Skip Gunther requested, I got the signature of my neighbor and then my neighbor that backs up to me. We need this. And then I have a letter from my HOA. I just sent them an email asking if they would approve it if I went through all the hoops, and they said they would. I think that's it.
You got plenty of time left. Anything else you want us to know? How many clients per day,
Oh,
per
I
week?
mean, I'll work Thursday evenings because my husband keeps our baby, so I really only want to work when he can watch them. I don't want to do daycare or anything, because then it wouldn't even be worth me working. I am currently in a location now, but would prefer to do this for, I know this is only 24 months, but 4 years max. So it'll be Thursday evenings. Currently, I work Thursday evenings 4 to 8, and then Saturdays 8 to 3 usually. And so I'd keep those hours, and once my son goes to kindergarten, I would like to add a morning, like Wednesdays, 9 to 1. I mean, 3 to 4 on Thursday evenings, probably like 6 on Saturdays, because most people get color, so it's, I'd say.
I have a question. How many people are usually there at one time?
2. I mean, there's not going to be more than 2.
What, someone finishing up while someone's waiting?
Right,
that kind of-
processing, and
Right.
then sometimes 1, because sometimes it's just haircuts, but.
Right, okay.
Okay, anyone else have a question? Okay, well, I think that's it. We had no one here in opposition, I believe, so this is in District 1. That'll be handled by Skip, so why don't you go ahead and take over for us?
Right. Okay, well, you did what I asked you to do, which is to make sure you had the approval, the agreement of all your neighbors. Is it all of the neighbors that you have signed off?
Yes, sir, because I'm the first house in the
I
neighborhood.
know,
and
so the
pool-
one to your left as you look out,
Yes,
one to the north of you, and then there's also one behind you.
yes, sir. I got their signatures. Solely is my neighbor, and then.
Okay, and you do have the HOA approval, you said, that's the letter
and-
you gave
Yes,
here.
sir.
And that's what it says, they approve it,
And my HOA, I spoke with them, and they said only one person called to even ask
right?
what was, and not even to oppose it, just to ask about it.
Okay, my understanding is that it's now because you have a toddler that you really are looking for a way to work out of your house for the
Yes, sir.
next 2 to 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And normally, as Mike, as Chairman Mike said, we normally don't approve these kinds of things, as you just saw in the last example. But there are conditions under which we can, and particularly when everybody involved around you who's going to be immediately affected agrees that this is not a problem if it's done correctly. If this ends up being approved, you're going to have to make sure that it works according to the way you said it would. Otherwise, when it comes back, you're going to have complaints. When it comes back for reapproval next time, you'll have complaints, and it just probably won't go through. So, and I know that you weren't expecting to be here until last night, or I guess really this morning when I left you a message in
Yes,
response
I
to your
was a little
message last
confused.
night. So I'm glad you showed up because I was
Yes.
worried you might not be here. So that's good. I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve LUP 9 for a period of 24 months.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah,
I'm
Judy's right.
willing to consider 12 months. I thought about that.
Typically, for a brand-new application, we'll go for 12, see how it goes. If you have no complaints, you can come back. We'll do it for an additional 12. Maybe at that time, even do it for 24 or longer.
So that might just give you exactly the time you need.
Okay,
'Cause you said
because
2
I
to
might
4
not like
years.
it.
Okay, there you go.
But John, I'm looking at you, you're looking my way for some reason.
Yeah, just wonder if you want to put that on consent agenda.
To put it on the consent agenda? Let's do it for 12 months. I'm gonna make a motion, we approve LUP 9 for 12 months, and we put it on the BOC consent agenda. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm sorry?
For the
Right.
17th, okay.
Yeah, you have to be here for the first thing.
I'll be here.
yeah, okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Christie seconds. Any further discussion?
I'll just make a comment.
Okay.
I'll just
John?
make my typical comment that I don't believe beauty salons or hair belongs operating out of a home. It's too many people coming and going. I don't think it's, I know, I remember Violet. I don't think it belonged there
She's
either.
she's not
Well,
baking sausage and
I
ham
know,
biscuits.
But
I'd
I'll
like to
just make
second
that comment and leave it.
I'd like to second that. My first reaction was, this just doesn't fit into a residential neighborhood, particularly this neighborhood. It's a very nice neighborhood. It's a nice road. Lots of nice subdivisions up and down that whole stretch, and it just doesn't fit. But the fact that the neighbors have signed off and the HOA has signed off weigh pretty heavily, I think. So now it's a question of just moving with caution on our part, and I like the idea of going 12 months. And then we'll see. And I have a sense that it's gonna go just fine, and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna be a good citizen doing exactly what you're supposed to do.
I like
And
my
we'll come
neighborhood
back
as well.
and it'll be approved very easily next time if that's what you ask for.
Okay.
And no signs.
No,
No
I don't even
outdoors-
want my
no out-
neighbors knowing, but
That's
now
right.
everyone knows. but
Yeah.
yes.
And be sure you schedule all your appointments so that you don't have too many people there at one time, 1 or 2.
Yes, sir.
No employees, no signs, no outdoor storage, no complaints from the neighbors, and we'll see you in 12 months. Okay, we have a
Okay.
motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, register your vote. Okay, we have 1 no, but you got it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Now, I have a question. In 12 months, I'll know I'm supposed to come to this.
No, you'll have to reapply.
I reapply, okay, I'm just,
Yeah.
okay, all right, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. John, what's next?
That completes your agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a couple of housekeeping duties. We have, let's see, minutes from April 13th and April 25th that we're in possession of. Any changes to the minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Okay, on both
Second.
of these, we have motion and second. All in favor of approving the minutes as presented?
Judy's still raising.
Still raising our hands? Okay. Okay, with that, we stand adjourned at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.